maybe some heavy themes. Resting the night, we then awaken again on Wednesday, the 4th of July. Another bright and sunny day with small chance of rain and the humidity at its highest. The sun coming over the forest treetops. What would the adventurers plan on doing today?
Thank you, Willow Show Weather. In other news,
Yeah.
What's
Are
going
we
on in
still on our way
politics?
home?
I think no. We're waking up. It is now
At your home.
yeah. It's now a
Ow.
bright, beautiful Wednesday. We made our way back past the Abacus twins last time.
Oh,
end of the
okay, yeah,
session.
yeah. All right.
I'm sorry, the who?
The Abacus twins.
The Bifrost twins.
Yeah, I
Excuse me,
forgot
the
their new
Bifrost
name.
twins. Yeah.
I guess we go report our findings.
What is there?
At this
Before
time
I
of
was
day,
right?
at 6 in the morning, Granny Hu and Old Man Matsuki are just starting to rise. Both of
Do
which
you think?
likely surly but sober.
Do you think Clay is going to leave their home at 6 in the morning to go see anyone? You're crazy.
That's fair.
You're so right. Let me go send Lloyd your way.
Yeah, how many people actually wake up at 6 in the morning?
Not
I
me.
mean, if Clay is awake, Clay is probably not near their home at 6 in the morning. Clay's probably doing something in the morning.
I feel like Red's up and bouncing around.
Clay's foraging for breakfast.
Cole hears Red like shuffling around, and he just sees it's red, and he goes back to sleep.
Would
He's got
you,
notes or two.
would you say that you, based on where you live, do you venture out towards the Great Willow when you forage?
Not that deep, no.
Okay. But that general area, that forest, is where you go.
Yeah, or fishing by the creek.
Sure. Okay.
Like, yeah, Clay doesn't try to venture too deep into the Clay is confident in their ability to navigate the forest, but with recent ongoings, they're not interested in pushing too deep by themselves for fear of whatever might be in there.
Yeah. No. Understandable. All right.
Although that is a place maybe we should take a look at. I mean, we haven't been there.
You all know about it.
It'll be at
You can
least
give me
worth a shot.
Knowledge check to remember some of the childhood history you might have, memories of things told by strangers, general beliefs of the town, things you may have checked on yourself, things you may have forgotten from time long ago.
I just want to go home.
Alright, bro.
You know what? Lewis would probably not know about this.
Who's Lewis?
Lloyd.
Lewis.
I'm sorry, Lloyd.
Lewis?
Furtive Lewis, so easily forgotten.
Not to me.
Sorry, the conversation was too lighthearted. I had to bring it
Bring
back.
down the vibes, yeah.
Bring down.
Keep that shit grounded, guys. Come on.
Never forget. Put my fist up.
Well, Clay.
Mhm.
You actually are kind of afraid of that general area. You've always given the Great Willow Tree kind of a wide berth. You
Mhm.
feel like it is as far as foraging or living off the land or general exploration, it's really the only place your curiosity has kind of told you not to mess with.
Any particular reason, or
Just gives you a bad vibe.
Understandable.
You know, it's older than the town. It's apparently the first place the founder of the town even went to. And be it, general ritualism of, mortal human beings or their
You know, ritualism?
connections to gods or deities that you also not really care much for, as far as interesting subject matter. It's just something that hasn't really intrigued you, or the times you do, you're like, well, there's probably a good reason I haven't gone there or looked into it.
Fair enough.
But boy, are you the person who probably lives closest. You always got to keep your ops in sight.
True. Can't let them catch me lacking.
So after, we'll say a couple hours, we'll roll you guys around to 10 o'clock in the morning. Everyone's had breakfast. You've all gone done your own things.
Oh my god, Matsuki sober check.
Shu, we'll start with you.
Yeah, what's up?
You around this time have decided to take a walk downtown, just in general Willow Shore.
General Wilshire?
And there is. Oh, actually, I gotta figure out exactly where this is.
I don't know what my hair pick is on the screen.
Oh yeah, no, that is kind of downtown. Little paths away. You're like kind of making your way towards Granny Who's, but you're like a little hesitant about it, so you're taking a bit of the back roads, and you're passing the Woodcarvers Guilds on Mercantile Street, and you see a young woman who is in the middle of carving in front of a desk in front of her window, just carving away at. You would recognize it as like a talisman, but it does go by a more known name to those of the mystical practices, on which you can make a check to figure out. But
I don't know that shit.
yeah, it's not really your repertoire. How do I just find this person? Book?
Looking at this guy at Happy Kappa shushing me right now.
Where is this? Oh, I have to open a different book. Oh, I see.
DG the little
Anyway,
freak.
and then looking up out of the window and seeing you just kind of walking by, you just like kind of give a lazy glance. It seems that she is very interested in the fact that you're walking by, as she rushes away from her station and then runs out to the streets to greet you. And that is where Yun shows up. And
I'm also interested.
okay. Yun runs up, a little out of breath. Oh, goodness! Oh, if it isn't one of the heroes of Willowshore. What are you doing here in the Mercantile District?
I was window shopping, and I couldn't help.
For people to help, I imagine, as you and your group are so known to do.
Harley plays these NPCs so aggressive, dude.
Only when they want something.
I mean, I was actually, looking at goods and services, but I suppose if are you saying that you have something that you need help with? Is that what you're trying to communicate with me? Because
Well,
usually people
For
say
goods and
that.
services, come no further. Here at the Woodcrafters Guild, we can offer adventurers such as yourself powerful fulu that'll make you stronger in combat and more nimble on your feet. You'll be able to slay all kind of monsters in the wilderness and rid the land of fog. Does that
That-
seem like something you could be interested in?
These are all, interestingly enough, things that I am very interested in, like almost to the letter, kind of concerning.
Then excellent. It seems like you're willing to go get wood for us.
And whoa, hey, what?
Oh, please, you see, with the way that the fog has been around the town, we haven't been able to get our lumber, and between the guards and the civilian needs of the fulus and other wares which we provide, well, we're running a little low.
Shu gestures vaguely behind him to the forest that is not too far from the street that we are currently on. Is this not good enough, or like?
I wish I knew where my mouse was getting kidnapped. Oh, the forest behind us, the willows and such. Yes, they do say that you are the funny one in the group. I see it now. No, we need something more specific, especially in the crafting of mystic talismans and fulus and the sorts.
I mean, it's just like wood that you like enhance, right? Like, I feel like you should be able to kind of like enhance the wood. It's like,
This-
Yes, but you can't make paper out of that wood. We would need peach wood for the paper. It's a softer grain, easier to carve.
and hypothetically, if somebody was interested in running a chore for somebody who needed peach wood,
Yeah.
where would one go to do that if they were interested, hypothetically?
Well, let's see.
Before I even actually get to that part, would gathering peach wood be a dangerous task, and would it be a long task?
Well, no, it's just something you could do on your way, if you notice it. I wouldn't exactly be able to point you out exactly where to find it, but maybe
You're
during
telling
your
me that
travals
this-
out into the hinterland, if you see a peachwood grove, you could, plan to go back or let us know where it is, and
You're telling me
You know-
that this is a specific type of material that you need, and you don't know the exact location of the closest.
I mean, we used to get it shipped from out of the hinterlands. It's not exactly the most common tree in this area.
Do you know, like, but you know for sure that it is in the area, right? Like, this is something that can be done, hypothetically.
She just kind of like raises both hands and shrugs a little bit and makes it.
You're
It's
killing me right now.
possible.
What
The fact of the matter is, we do need it.
what for? You know, there's a lot of needs going around in town right now.
Well,
Not to dismiss yours. I just
so you
want
know
it
how
that
the
way.
evil spirits and so on have been coming to the town at night. Well, the gods have been
I-
getting quite tired, and I do have the ability to make warding talismans against spirits and specters of like. And I would like to make enough to be over every door in the town, but I simply do not have the lumber.
Okay. What does that amount of lumber look like?
I think if I told you, you wouldn't understand that metric.
You're probably right on that front.
But I can write it down for you.
Yeah, sure, knock it out, hypothetically.
Okay. She goes inside and goes, "Oh, that's right, we need paper. She'll like just go get like a block of wood, like a different kind of wood that isn't used for making the paper the fillers, and start writing down with some graphite. She gets you some general metrics. And on top of that, she writes GP next to it. And she hands it back to you. And GP is a term that you do understand. It seems that you could be in the business of making a lot of money. As each harvest of this wood, whatever it is, essentially per person's worth, would be 10 gold.
It's a lot of gold.
I see. And you, just clarifying the details, if somebody hypothetically was going to embark on this task, you
Yes.
want us to bring it to you, or just tell you where to go get it?
Well, I guess I could, But oh, I'm only but a humble woodcrafter, not a strong adventuring sort like yourself.
Yeah, and also apparently a wordsmith on the side. You know, I will talk to the other saviors of Willow Shore. He puts up air quotes. Um, and hopefully we can do something for you.
And they
Yes.
say you're the humble one in the group as well. They actually don't say that. They just say the funny one.
You know, you almost had me. I'm gonna be on my way. It was wonderful having this business deal because it wasn't really a conversation.
Yes, next time you come by, I am expecting a package of wood from you.
You know, I like long walks on the beach, by the way. And he walks away.
Had to throw in that package of wood real fast. But anyway, you continue on. You make your way now assuredly to Granny who is already at the front, kind of like scolding people for doing their job only good and not great. And
Oh, that's good.
yeah, you decide not to approach, and you're kind of standing there hesitantly and looking around for the rest of your party. Fortunately, some of you had already talked about talking to Old Man Matsuki and Granny Who as well. Who would be going where come morning to share the news or to recap?
I mean, Clay would probably head to
I think
I don't know, Matsuki and Granny, who are like equidistant from where they are.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
think Red wanted to make a trip by the blacksmith in the morning. So I guess over towards Matsuki as well, with whoever she
Okay.
picked up along the way.
Okay.
I would probably follow just to keep eye on her.
This child is walking by herself.
I was just walking, watching Red be whimsical.
Bounce around the town a little bit on her way.
He just finds it all amusing.
I think Clay will bet on the one who's more likely sober to talk to.
That tracks. It is in the almost afternoon by now. So we'll pivot on over to Red and Co. I imagine during this journey, due to the fact that Lloyd was still staying at Matsuki's, you go inside that building to see Lloyd is already there. Lloyd, unfortunately, your rent has not been free, as you've woke up and either Old Man Matsuki, not Old Man Matsuki, but his staff rather, has been putting you to work for like general like menial chores, like, you know, helping with the dishes after breakfast, you know, mopping the floors, stuff like that, making all
That
the beds,
sounds about right.
carrying heavy stuff. And you, by the time that these two show up, Co and Red, you have like a mop in hand, a bandana around your head in order to keep your hair out of your eyes, and you've already broken kind of a sweat for the day. And you see them, and the nice thing about this is you know that they won't get mad at you for traveling with the heroes. So this is any reason at all to drop that mop.
Well,
on the spot.
throws the broom over there, the bandana off immediately. What are you two doing over here?
Good morning, Lloyd.
Hi, Lloyd. Looks like you wanted to clock out early.
Boy.
Hey, you seem busy.
It's just actual things I have to do. Anyways, you guys want to talk to Matsuki?
Yep.
Crazy that you have to do that here. Co doesn't make me do too much.
No. We just need
Does
to
she now?
not break anything.
In the meanwhile, the amount of debris and mud that has been tracked in through your house has gone up significantly over 100%.
It's fine.
I'm
Red-
ignoring it.
Red definitely does disappear, like in either like the early morning or like late evening for like a couple hours, and then comes back with like a couple sticks in her hair and like
It's like an outdoor cat. You're
Does
just like,
not
Yeah.
wipe her feet on
trust
the
that they'll come
doormat.
back.
The doormat might even be completely stepped over due to bad foot feel.
It's okay. Ko is happier that there's life back in the home.
Yeah. It just happens to be animal life for the most part.
It's fine. It's
Hey, she's a
fine.
people.
She is people.
Anyway, Lloyd, you are able to bring them exactly where Matsuki is. And as you walk through the door, there's a resounding as a bottle is uncorked and
Holy shit,
he
that
and
was
the
good.
estate hand look at you as you enter, as he is having his first drink of the day poured into his hand. Or the
They
saucer
should like
in his
roll a
hand.
dice to see if the cork pips me on the head.
Yeah, I'll roll a d100 on an odd 1. I'll roll damage. Alright. 59. 56. You're fine.
Yay.
Alright. Oh. Well, if it isn't you guys, well, welcome back.
Looks like the party just started.
Oh, well. I was up a little late last night. We were going over some old documents on the events that might have occurred. I became curious as well, and well, there's little to find, really.
That's too bad. We have some news regarding at least the inn.
Oh,
Yeah. Ko like turns around and shows the little cape that they have. There's a slight connection to the mayor, but not in a very good light.
does it explain the disappearance at the very least?
Not the disappearance of the mayor, but the disappearance of the people that were there.
The ones that were at the inn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Elaborate. And have a seat,
forgot.
please. It's yeah, not too late to start drink or too early to start drinking. One of the two.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere in the world.
That's right.
What did you forget? What do you
AM.
need a refresher on?
Can I just say that I said the whole thing that happened at the end?
You can give me a recall knowledge.
Oh,
Oh
As
boy,
the bard remembers the tale.
is it society? Oh, can I just do a performance then?
Ooh, no.
Okay, what is it? What role is it?
This is going to be. I mean, you should just have a recall knowledge button that you can hit.
Huh?
Oh, I guess not. You
where?
don't have
If
the
you have that
macros, that's in-
module, we have
Yeah,
to
yeah.
actually add the hotkey.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
it.
the macro. You can go ahead and give a. I guess this would be either. I don't know what to classify this. Occult, I suppose.
Okay,
Like a blind GM occultism
but
to really put the pieces together. Okay, yeah.
it sort of went like this.
Yeah. So you're remembering, there was the thatches and the grass. They were brought to life by a red-hooded thatchling, who you then encountered at the inn, singing a song in the disguise of a human girl who then revealed herself to be a blood-soaked thatchling. Along the time that you were performing for a group of many more thatchlings, all in cloaks. And after kind of wooing over the crowd of lifeless dolls and the blood-soaked thatchling, you learned that the governor and the guards had chased 3 people here to the Canary Inn, and since they weren't willingly coming out, they set the inn on fire and then gunned down the 2 who tried to run out to escape burning to death.
Mm-hmm.
And then they shoddily buried their corpses in the crossroad of the Canary Inn. And while there was definitely a vendetta and a deep vengeance against Willowshore in their heart, they learned, sort of through the power of song, that there was still beauty and the ability to be humble in the locals of the area. And so
Yippee!
they passed on.
Yeah. Some sort of thing with wizardry and
Awesome.
something
start.
really bad.
Aren't you the bard? Where's the tail?
Oh.
In West Philadelphia.
Sorry. It's a little early in the morning.
That's still pretty decent. You regale the table with the tale of what happened.
And this is the song I played. My
mhm.
number one hit, by the way.
I don't know if you're gonna be able to hit that number one nat 20 again, unfortunately.
Probably
but,
not. It's just the time and place sort of thing.
This is a real Tenacious D, the greatest song ever, but you're like actually just singing a song about how you once played the greatest song, but you can't remember it.
You just had to be there. You just had to be.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
got like you have like at least 2 vouchers.
Yeah, it was really good. Had to be there.
He's just nodding, and so you're saying that the mayor or the governor, Governor Hay, murdered these people without provocation or reason.
Well,
Seems that way.
Well, the reason being was that they thought the girls were plotting against him.
Was there
And-
any information that might be true? Any documents? Did they say that they were trying to sabotage the imperial family's name, or before they ghosted away?
Bro is victim blaming right now.
it was-
Unfortunately, everything was burnt to a crisp, so we couldn't really uncover any hard evidence.
I see.
I mean, if they were sitting there as like vengeful spirits or whatever, then I'm sure like I don't know. They probably didn't have too much like intentionally that they were trying to do. They were just getting hunted down on suspicion.
That's a big word for Elmo.
Oh, smart one, smart one.
The most clever statement Red has said so far.
She has her
Well,
moments.
I'm placing
is,
a cup of orange juice in front of you. You
She's-
deserve that one.
she sits there proudly with the orange juice in her hand, like she has a big glass of beer. But well,
This is
Cheers, little one.
disturbing news, but it doesn't
Excuse me.
exactly explain where the governor's mansion went, or the governor himself,
or the
No,
fog.
I've been thinking that.
Yeah.
or the fog, which we do also still need to deal with. In fact, something else I've been meaning to talk to you about.
Hmm.
Well, we're not exactly doing so hot on supplies, you see. And while we will have one season of farm to collect from, we're still missing out on a great deal of other necessities for the seasons to come.
Mm.
We might want to look into investigating the old expanse up above to the north. There was
Okay.
a plot of land that we intended on expanding Willowshore into. The Willow expansion a little further up into the hinterlands. If you look over here, you'll see he kind of gestures to a painting on the wall of the general hinterland area. And the
Mhm.
old village expansion was an original plan. They'd routed out sub roads through the forest, but they were never able to actually complete it. Instead, they milled the land and got it clear and ready to be turned into additional village space of the area, but it was never actually constructed upon fully. But We believe that we might still be able to start farming there, at the very least. While we won't have land to live upon, we can at least have it ready to produce for the town.
Well, maybe we could go check it out to see if the fog is cleared from there.
Yes, and if anything, it would at least let us know how far the fog goes.
You got it, boss.
Appreciate it as always, and be careful out there.
Thanks.
Of
Happy
course.
drinking.
Always am when I am.
course.
We will, before we head on over to the Eternal Blaze Ironworks, we'll now cut over to Shu and Clay. You are both standing before the kind of entrance to the Dayu Exchange where Granny Hu resides. All the accounting and the moving of goods, just kind of getting things prepared. They seem to be in the middle of like an audit. And that might be why tensions are a little high over here. But Shu, you're definitely likely comforted by the approach of Clay, who typically handles these situations with a little more
Clay,
tact.
probably seeing Shu standing there awkwardly, will walk up behind him and pat him on the back.
Oh, thank God that you're here. Holy shit.
You look like you don't know what to do with yourself.
It's just already been a morning, you know? You ever have one of those days where it's like already a morning?
I try to avoid them.
Yeah.
Give me a perception check, Clay.
Blind.
No, you can do it in the open.
Ooh.
Okay. It's at this point that you both probably, build the resolve to push onward and entering the estate. Clay, you managed to step before Shu as Granny Hu starts to make her approach, seeming to have noticed you, thus saving him from getting jabbed by her pipe. She doesn't seem to have that sort of relationship with you quite yet. I see it's the heroes. Welcome back home already. What exactly happened?
Well, there's some information we got from the Canary Inn, though the charred remains didn't really leave much for us to find.
Charred remains.
Yes, it's basically a pile of burnt wood and rubble. There's nothing there anymore.
We had word that the inn was destroyed, and of course we knew of the fire, so this is all unsurprising. Don't tell me this whole trip was a waste of time.
Well, we did get some information. We have kind of a lead, but nothing definitive. Our idea that maybe there was some malicious activity going on there wasn't entirely true. We encountered very many vengeful thatchlings, but they were the spirits of those who perished in the fire and not anything more than that. They, well, I don't know if it's treasonous to say, but they were hunted and killed by the guard of the governor and really left no room for negotiation.
I see.
We learned that perhaps while there was some malicious intent from them, they are likely not the cause of the mayor's disappearance. So our lead is elsewhere.
Well, I don't know much about thatchlings or really what sort of adventure you went on, but it is perturbing to hear such a sour fate befell anyone.
Yes, it wasn't very pleasant, but at least we were able to help them pass. So I have not many worries coming from that direction as of this time.
does your group have any other plans on what to do next?
Well, we have a few places of interest still that we could investigate. After all, there's the lumber camp mentioned by Ugly Cute, that there was some creatures who whisked us away in the night to where we were not supposed to be. So perhaps that is something worth investigating. But that's the main thing I can remember. Other than that, we're kind of boxed in by the fog, so trying to figure out any leads we can on that.
Well, all I can do is wish you good luck. We have nothing here as far as a lead goes.
Well, at least we can provide you with information about the Canary Inn that you asked of us. If anything does come up and there's anything you think is worth investigating, feel free to let us know, pass word our way, and we'll head on over.
And we will. Trust me, I'll find you guys if we need you.
I expect as much.
Be safe out there.
Thank you. Good luck with your business. And turns around and walks out.
You hear her shouting at people as you leave and start making your way back downtown. We will cut again to Co, Lloyd, and Red.
Oh, I'd love to see how they talk to this blacksmith.
You make your way to the Eternal Blaze Ironworks, and standing there in just this full, like, obsidian full plate is this kitsune who has some big goggles over her eyes. Her normal orange and cream fur is completely sooted over. She is just absolutely hammering the shit out of some glowing red metal just right in the front yard in her new forge station. And due to just this loud, just clanging, likely one of the reasons she is at one of the most outskirt portions of the town, you make your approach.
I guess before do anything, I need to know what I'm getting. So as a party, I wanted to get either a striking or weapon potency for my weapon.
I think striking, definitely.
Striking
sure.
with extra damage. Okay.
Yeah, the extra damage and, well, I guess it doesn't really. The striking itself doesn't give the extra hit. But
yeah, we can always get the weapon potency later. It's less gold for the weapon potency. So
yeah,
with especially
as
with that
far
new
as-
quest that we have for 10 gold per peach wood, whatever, like that should help us earn a little bit of extra.
Yeah, and as far as like stuff people need, it'd probably be Lloyd's hand crossbow probably needs after that. And then as far as what I need is just a Thor's bandolier, and Early is letting me reflavor my fan as a star knife, so I won't need to buy another weapon. So for me, that's all I'll need. It's a hefty investment, but I figured our frontline needs their damage and stuff first, since they'll be rolling it more than I am.
Okay. In which case, I'll aim for that striking ring then. So as we walk up,
Hold this out again. I just want to.
For the striking ring,
yeah,
it's 35 for weapon potency and 65 for striking.
So
we have
in
enough.
total, that's 100.
It's 100 per like full upgrade for our weapons. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, we do actually have the +1 silver cleaver as well, so we could take the weapon potency off of.
Yeah,
that
you
and
could.
put it on something
That would
else.
save us 35 gold if you want to take that off of that. I imagine
It would be like.
or somebody has that.
Yeah. Realistically, like mechanically speaking, it would be like 3 gold to move that off of that, because it's like 10% of the rune's cost for services, but
I mean, that's much
a lot
cheaper than 35.
Yeah, that's a lot cheaper than 35. So if we wanted to move that,
What
Shu
are the
has
two
a-
runes? There's striking and what?
striking and weapon potency. weapon potency is that's the weapon potency is like the +1
Yeah, it's
sort of
a
thing.
okay.
The +1 is nice. I think at the very least, Yua and Shu will need them.
Yeah.
Um,
Do we want
As
to
far as-
spread around? Do we want to give like Lloyd's crossbow the +1 from the silver, like take it off the silver cleaver and give it to Lloyd, and then give me striking? That would give us all sub upgrades.
oh wow, Thor's Bandolier is.
It's not too bad. Let me add my gold to the stash real quick.
Oh, the Thor's Bandolier only has a +1 weapon potency. It doesn't have striking on it.
Okay. How much is the
So-
Thor's Bandolier?
60.
60. It does also give you like unlimited ammo and makes your stuff like makes them all
It-
have the same runes. So
Yeah, it's the more expensive now to save on cost later.
yeah.
It says +1 weapon potency. I don't know if it's.
I guess we could also
That's-
look to sell the cold iron dagger if nobody's planning on using it.
I'm
Yeah.
sure the guard would appreciate it.
It's a dagger.
The cold
Or
iron
does it
Yeah, it's
dagger.
+1 weapon
Absolutely do
potency
feel
and
better.
not.
I'd like to think that Ray Ray probably had most of this item, like all these items, and then like she just divvied it between me, Shu, and Clay.
Yeah. She gave
So-
all of her things to the party, and then the rest of her adventuring gear over to Red
hmm
as a care package.
So we have 146 total, not including what's on our characters.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to know how much money I got in my pocket so I could pay for Red shit. Okay,
Um,
don't go too wild now.
so yeah,
Okay.
Oh,
What's up?
that is why they weren't visible yet, because they are only accessible starting at level 5.
Womp.
Who?
Kind of
Striking?
level 5 if you think about it.
Striking and potency runes.
Oh, from the
are
blacksmith.
only available at level 5, but they're like item level 3 and 4.
Uh,
Yeah,
They're
weapon potency +1
only-
is item level 2.
Is it striking that is on the level 5 table?
So we have to be level 5 before we can.
Striking is level 4.
Yeah.
Yes, so striking you can only have access to starting at level 5.
Level 5.
Yep.
Womp.
That's so
And then
low.
potency you get access to at level 3.
Okay.
Which
So
we
we have
are.
access to that.
Yes.
That's annoying.
Because that is a level 2 rune.
But you have to be one level above to have access to it?
Yep. As rules as written, yes.
Okay.
Is that from the blacksmith or?
That is from the book. So there's a bunch of things in all of the vendors
Uh-huh.
that you only get access to as soon as you are one level higher than the item.
Okay.
And that is true for all blacksmiths. Or all,
Um,
all shops in Willowshore.
Okay.
So as far as the guy
Let's
who
see.
like gets us deliveries, is that the same thing?
He breaks the rule. He is the only guy who breaks the rule.
Okay, so I could get a Thor's Bandolier if I wanted to.
Yes. You can
Okay.
get anything in the game through him. You just need to wait a week.
When does he
Yeah.
show up?
Thursday, so
Tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Thursday. Okay. Well, I guess.
Yeah. So I guess the way around that then is we order from him and then pay the blacksmith to put the rune on.
Yes. We
Yeah.
also have the issue of etching a weapon takes 4 days.
Etching a rune onto a weapon takes 4 days.
Yes.
Hmm.
It's not like a fixing a talisman.
If it's happening from scratch, it does. If you have the rune, it doesn't.
Oh, is it just
Yes.
crafting check?
Yes. It is like a lot. It isn't. Let me look up the actual timing. I had to look this up with my GM for scales the other day. Bum bum bum. It mentioned this is the wrong thing.
Transferring a rune to another on another item takes 1 day.
Yeah.
Okay. So the weapon potency would take a day.
Okay, yeah, crafting would take 4. Transferring a rune takes 1 day. So from a rune stone to a weapon takes 1 day.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. If you're making it raw, it's full time because you have to
Okay.
actually craft the rune itself. But
Mm.
So since we don't actually have access to the striking rune,
I guess
Um,
weapon potency then.
yeah, I think we give the potency to Red, and the rest of us will just suffer with our mediocre weapon rolls.
I mean, we could.
Not with me around.
That by that I mean me and Lloyd.
I mean, we could get the one as a service from her, and then we could also transfer the one from the Silver Cleaver to.
Wait, one
Somebody
as a
else.
service? Can we get a potency rune from her?
That's what
Oh yeah, because we're level 3.
I guess that would be the 4 days though, because that would be it raw.
Wait, would she be making the rune from scratch? Because
She
she
would be
did the
making it from scratch.
because she did the like plus she did the striking whip in like a day.
She did, but that was a transfer. So
Okay.
she has weapons as well. Like if you look into her shop, you can just buy weapons as raw, and some of them have stuff on them.
Oh,
I see.
I
Like
see
there's
she
a
has
+1 flail already in there.
So the potency rune. So if we buy a potency rune, it would be from scratch.
Oh yeah, that's right. You don't see everything.
Because I see them in the shop, but
Yes, you also don't see everything.
Mm-hmm.
so
Like-
it would take 4 days to get a +1 if we buy the rune.
So you just do
Or
one
does she already
transfer?
have those runes?
You can buy the flail and then transfer it.
Huh.
The same amount.
Just point to the flail and go, "Can you can you put that on my hook?"
Yeah.
Give me strength.
Just the hiss of putting hot metal in waters. She like looks at you with the goggles and goes, "Well, I can, but you're gonna need to pay for the materials of the flail."
That's probably fine, right? She looks over to Ko.
How much would it be? What's the damage?
I'll do this for 36 gold.
Oh,
Like transferring in?
And the flail, yeah. It's a flail.
that's not too bad.
Well, we also have the silver cleaver that she could transfer for Lloyd, I guess.
Wait.
Just kidding.
Did we actually want the cold iron dagger / the silver cleaver after we transfer the rune on it? Because we could
No.
just sell them as
So-
well.
We could
I
sell
We
them.
swap.
I have.
I
Well, I mean,
a barter.
I do have a chunk of cold iron on me that we could always have her make into a weapon, I guess.
Or put on a weapon, like
Yeah.
coat one. Yeah.
I'm sure we could find other weapons too.
Okay.
That's money in the bank, baby.
Hmm
If we're not
So
using 'em.
I guess
I will pay 22 gold for the silver cleaver after I take the rune off of it.
mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And then cold iron dagger, I will also pay 22 gold for.
Half price for used equipment makes sense.
Yeah.
Used, not really unique equipment. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
44 and in total.
Hmm.
And then
Sounds good.
it'd be minus 35. Or 36.
36.
Yeah.
How
How much
to
would the
transfer?
service be? Yeah.
How much to transfer the thing from the cleaver to the to his bow?
Whatever. Yeah.
Oh,
My bow.
we'll do another gold for that.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, okay. Minus
So
37.
Actually,
what,
no.
plus
Just
three?
give me my flail back. Here. Your gold.
Oh.
I need that.
I know you're not going to use this anyway.
Yeah.
Let me
So,
see like that.
so 37 then.
37.
All right.
The most unrealistic part of
Ah.
this scene is Red know how to count.
She's just
So
repeating
we-
that. She's just
so-
repeating the number. She didn't do any of the math.
net gain of 7 gold, I guess.
Oh.
Yes.
Cool.
So I'm going to delete these from your inventory.
Mhm.
I'll add the gold.
She's
Have
got
that 7 gold.
Get her. She did math.
she's got rich parents.
Well, that's nice. That means we can afford a striking rune and the thrower's bandolier from Buddy when he comes back,
True.
and we don't have to worry about the weapon potency runes.
True.
All right.
So
we would just
we
need
just-
a weapon potency for Shu at some point.
Oh, that's true.
So we
Oh,
just
yeah,
pick these up
we should have
tomorrow.
we probably should have put the. That's fine. We'll get another one.
Yeah.
Pick 'em
I
up
mean,
tomorrow
Shu
and
Shu
you'll be
has
fine.
Shu has striking right now, so
She has
It's not like
striking,
Shu
and we
doesn't
have,
have an
we
upgrade.
have we have the funny bard
yeah,
thing that effectively gives us a potency rune. So
yeah. It's not like Shu is out an upgrade right now. Shu has arguably the better upgrade.
yeah, yeah. I guess we'll see when we get to it, but
Okay. Yeah.
I think on the shopping list is a striking rune and Thor's bandolier,
Yeah.
and when we get when we get more gold from the lumber thing, we can buy Shu a potency rune and put that on.
Yeah.
So I guess that's maybe the plan for today is I guess we meet up and exchange information and then probably
Do some other
Try to
downtime
find a-
stuff before
trying to
things
find
get-
the lumber, I guess,
Yeah.
on our way up
RP
to the Well, I know, but I'm just saying for what we're RPing after this.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
So where would you guys try to convene? Would you say?
Probably, I'd probably say shoes in because that's probably
Rice
where I
Bus Inn?
think he'd be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
that's.
right. So that
yeah.
means
Also,
Ko-
before
Sure.
we get going, I want to say she like the blacksmith mentioned like pick him up at the end of the day, and
She said pick them up tomorrow.
or pick him up tomorrow. Red looks like antsy, and it's just like, are you sure tomorrow? You did shoes pretty fast.
Shoes was like a day.
that also took a day. Do you know how many steps I had him marching all day while I was doing that?
I guess that's true. Okay.
It'll be fine. I mean,
Yeah.
also have a crossbow.
Take this.
Just
She reaches over and she grabs like one of her smithing hammers and she just hands it to you. It's a little banged up and this will keep you safe for the day. Bring it back.
she she takes it and she looks sad, but she's like, "Okay, I'll take really good care of my hook, okay?"
Will do.
After that, she
Ko
just sort
puts
of
a hand
sulks.
on Red's shoulder and then looks back at the blacksmith. Thank you for your service. We'll be on our way.
Yeah, let me know when you want me to upgrade that fancy pants instrument of yours.
I'll think about it. It's been doing me good so far.
A little
Can you imagine
reinforcement
taking
couldn't
your,
hurt.
taking your fucking guitar to a blacksmith? Holy shit.
Taking your lute to a blacksmith and leaving with a Fender Stratocaster.
It's now electric. All right, Red. Don't worry. We'll find a little snack for you.
So Red, Lloyd, and Ko, you're just kind of standing outside of the Thrice Blessed Inn at this point. I gotta get rid of this tiny little dragon. Die! Oh no, that's you guys. That's right. that's where you're kind of hanging out. It's at this point that Shu and Clay trigger my trap card.
Uh-oh.
As
You
you are
fools!
walking past the milling house, because you need to make your way through downtown and across the bridge, you are walking by and you walk past Cho, who is the gentleman you encountered kind of on day one outside of Matsuki's estate. He's the one who was supposed to actually come and meet you after the festivities in the morning. But he seems to be a little bothered, kind of pacing himself a little in front of the milling house. And he sees you both approaching and raises his arms as if his prayers have been answered. And with that, you know he is to approach. And boy, does he.
Clay doesn't make any visible changes to his demeanor, but inside he's rolling his eyes.
Dude.
Yes.
She's just trying so hard to just keep walking.
Clay will not try to stop Shu, but they will approach Cho, since
Yeah.
there's no getting around this one.
Clay, Shu! Oh, Shu! Clay! Anyway, pleasure to see you. Thank you so much for, stopping. And I hope things have been going well. I know there's a lot of zombies and everything is full of ghosts as of late. But
Mhm.
I'm sure
Oh,
that
yeah.
isn't
Those are
stopping you lot, I imagine. No, siree. Anyway, are you familiar with Desna?
I mean,
Who?
yes.
Awesome.
The goddess.
Yes, the
Oh.
goddess. Praise be, of course, yes. We have a bit of an issue going on.
Okay.
You
Weed?
see, there was a shrine over by the abandoned estates to Desna. You might have come across it during your travels. It's not one of the ones you stop by for the coin, but
Okay. Where is it on this map right now, or is it in the hinterlands?
it is on the map. It is by the abandoned estates, which is somewhere you never even bothered going to. It's W26. You pass it every day. It's, with how many people died, it
Isn't that
turns
where
out
the? Go ahead.
it turns out that the Jenkins and things really enjoyed kind of going towards the town or the part of town where the Cerulean Tea House was, where you fought the big boss, the Oni.
Yeah. Modoki.
That whole general area has essentially been murdered, which means the abandoned estates and the big townhomes are completely abandoned, as their name kind of says. And one of these estates was a nice family who had a shrine of Desna. And due to the fact that this entire estate is completely abandoned, nobody can really get in or pay tribute to the goddess, and it is just left in disarray, as you have just kind of seen in your every single day walk.
Yeah.
But look, I was wondering if you might do just really the town a favor, not really just me. Could you maybe relocate the shrine for us?
I mean, but well, I guess first question is: has anyone really tried to go in there?
Oh, well, we can. It's just a little haunted by the dead.
Yeah, that figures.
Which is, not really conductive to prayer, as you can imagine, especially to the Dream Queen and Liberator herself. But yes, if you would be willing to bring it here to me, just the milling house. It's of course craftsmanship and everything is always appreciated here, and you know, just over the bridge, as they were to say.
Well, how large is this shrine? Can we reasonably get it out of there?
You can give me an athletics knowledge check.
Athletics knowledge check?
Yeah. You're mentally sizing up this stone monolith.
Okay.
Wow. You're good at athletics? Are you for real?
That's
Anyway.
not
Oh, right.
athletics.
You feel like Shu could probably just get it done.
Well, I mean, based on shrines we've seen, I suppose that we might be able to get it out, though it would take some effort.
You also get the feeling that it would take you 16, 20, about 20 hours of work.
Where the disconnect between a shoe could probably do it. 20 hours?
Of grueling manual labor of hauling a stone pillar from, again, W26, the abandoned estate, through the middle of downtown, across the bridge of Dawnstep,
All right, how heavy though?
then through the field, hundreds of pounds.
All right, how much bulk would you say that is?
A lot.
Like 30 bulk.
Ooh, that's like double my bulk.
So, wait, the milling house is across the bridge? I thought the milling house was here.
No, the milling house is down here. W8.
Okay. So, here's the only issue I can really think of, other than actually getting it out of there, is that's quite a bit of a way to take the whole thing by ourselves. So how about if we get it out of there, we can get some help, a cart or something of this sort, some manpower to help us get it all the way down to the milling house.
That's understandable, yes. I mean, you could really just leave it anywhere, too. I mean, people will stop and pay their respects regardless of where you leave it.
I mean, I figure we should at least show it the respect and enshrine it somewhere where it should be. I don't know exactly where that would be. I'll leave that up to my friends who might know more.
Ah, yes, the more devoted, of course, yes. Well, look, it's not something that needs to be done immediately. It's just, I know the people here in South Bank would appreciate it. It's about time the shrine came down here where most of its followers reside.
That makes sense to me. So, I will keep it in mind, and well, you'll know when you have the shrine when we bring it out.
All right. Go ahead and give me a knowledge occultism.
Knowledge occultism?
Mhm.
What is this particularly about? Like, what am I rolling?
This is about the shrine. As you're like walking away, you're like remembering something that the DM should have had you roll a while ago.
Sure.
As you're making your way to the Thrice Blessed Inn, likely with you making offhanded comments about no fucking way in hell is he hauling a stone. Comparing himself to a tale of Sisyphus or something like that.
Verbatim.
You remember that this shrine is actually said to contain a spirit in it that is
Spirit?
actively alive and around.
Well, that would.
You have not met them yourself, as you have no reason to go to the Shrine of Desna.
No.
But in the same way that the Hand of the Spring has that like spirit gecko that
Yeah.
helped you fight those centipedes, it's rumored that something akin to that resides there.
Well, I figured that's the problem. We'll have to reason with the spirit when we get there.
Yep. And with that, the party convenes, gathering together. You have a couple odd jobs in the back pocket, but you meet together in the Thrice Blessed Inn.
What time is it now?
By now, it would be about 11 o'clock.
Good afternoon.
11 o'clock is still morning.
Howdy!
Also, I've discovered something very useful. If you hold Alt, it'll show you the names of all the places that have a W.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
And all the people on the board, but yes.
Yeah.
Please tell me that you guys had people fucking asking you for errands like all day, or it can't just be us. It literally can't just be us, dude.
Wait, who were you asked
Well-
about? Other than the shrine, of course.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I was kind of waiting until everyone was here, and he hands the fucking chocolate wood, and he's like the fucking the I don't know, the hot girl that makes the fucking talismans or whatever in the north of
They
town.
raises an
That-
eyebrow at that.
The best part
Ko
is it
just
it,
shielding Red's ears from Shu's
it also
cursing.
doesn't really help because to Ko, like, that's just like bombing at the 9-year shrine. Like, hello?
She
I don't think of
fucking
her that way. She's like a sister to me.
Yeah, yeah.
I yeah, like a sister in Lord, whatever. I don't know. She needs wood for the talismans, and she asked us to find the specific type of wood. And she said, I did my due diligence if we're gonna be asked errands, and I was like, where do I find the wood? Shrug. Who
Uh,
knows?
Looking at the block that Shu has handed me, what does it exactly say on it? Just like, I know there was mention of gold pieces, but I don't know if she wrote anything else on it.
It's essentially means like when you break it down, a comfortable bundle or supply of wood that one person can carry will get you 10 gold.
Interesting. Would Clay know if there were any
You know,
peach
I'm
wood?
gonna ask you for a knowledge
Yeah, I
check,
know.
right? Yeah, okay.
Hold on,
You
wait. Let
know
me
what
check this
happens
feat.
next.
Let me check this feat real quick. Just
And
to
I am
make...
only giving you a knowledge check, and I'll give this as free information because you have walked past one. So I will, in fact, give this knowledge check as you are all sitting here at a table, some fresh tea before you. I will give this check to Ko,
Hi.
Shu, and Clay.
What am I rolling?
You may roll a nature or a just a nature knowledge check.
I can do that. I don't even have to use my. Well, I guess my funny lore would technically be +1 higher, but
Because they're blind, right?
yeah.
Okay.
Why am I forgetting how to roll the blind one?
The little box.
Oh, I see it. By
Yeah.
Gmail.
Okay. So if we look over at the Hinterlands map, I will show you guys. Clay,
Mm-hmm.
you feel as though when you were traveling along the Duyu River towards Gourd Lake originally, you had passed on the Greater Peninsula portion a peach tree grove here.
Mm-hmm.
Shu, you feel as though when you had in your encounter with Zugu, that the land that his shrooms were encompassing, the Myconoid, there was a peach grove there. Ko, you're not sure you've ever seen a peach tree.
Awesome.
Alright, so which one of us do we think rolled higher?
Maybe there's two.
I don't know if I want to go back to Mr. Micey.
Can we ask for another opinion? Can we go ask Ray Ray?
No.
Hate me.
Busy girl.
It's true.
Well,
Got stuff going on.
if we want to think about if we even want to go find the peach grove, we got word back from Matsuki saying we might want to try going northern to the old village expansion since the town is running low on supplies in general.
I don't know about a trip like that when looking at Red missing her hook is like, I don't know
Red-
if
Well,
that's
not right now, but I'm just saying. I
Oh.
want just to put it on the calendar at some point.
Ah, yes, the ever-growing list of things to do for the town.
Chores and
Yeah.
errands that we keep being asked to do.
But
Yeah.
you do still have about 8 hours of daylight to spend.
I mean, to
if
get
not
to
more.
here would be what?
I would still be rolling an encounter.
Yeah,
You'd be rolling an encounter to get to here?
that's still a
On
decent
the
amount.
random encounter, yeah.
Yeah,
We're not really. I mean, we're just taking the road there, right?
I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
that's still like 8 miles of travel though.
There are
I guess equal.
there are presently 3 tables. There's the
Mhm.
Willow Shore event table, there is the road table, and there is the wilderness table.
Oh, I see.
Which
Well-
for the expansion, like what road is it that Matsuki was talking about?
It's probably this up here.
It
Yeah.
is this up here.
Oh, and then okay.
So the orange are trails,
Mm.
and then the blue is seasonal creeks. So there
Okay.
is a number of trails that you can take that will get you to the Old Village expansion.
Got it.
Okay. Well, we could travel out and go try to find those peachwood groves. I'd feel a lot more comfortable if we were a little better armed, but we do have, I guess, an option in town.
Oh,
If you-
Don't tell me you're talking about the fucking statue, man.
Listen,
well, at
I'm
least you'll
sure
have all of us.
the shrine to Desna. I'm sure you're probably familiar. Is in
Mm.
the abandoned estate, and we are being asked to move it somewhere else because everybody in there is dead and no one's taking it. We will have to contend with a spirit probably about that protects the shrine about moving them, but probably a conversation for when we get there and actually assess the situation.
Well, beats going out and having to maybe encounter something we're not equipped for.
Mm,
I don't really want to go anywhere without my hook.
yes, I'm sure it's very
You've
near
never
me.
seen Red so lethargic.
Yeah, the little one here is very, very distraught.
Oh, I can visibly see it.
She's like shifting in her chair and like just sulking.
Well, I mean, other than those, like the chores we've been given today and potentially checking out the old village expansion and the lumber camp, there's not really much else on our list, is there? I don't think. Because we
No.
finished the stables, we
Yep.
finished the ironworks.
Yeah, I think we check out the expansion after we get our weapons back.
Yeah, that makes
Mhm.
sense.
I think that's the play.
Well,
Keep
I
an eye out for
suppose-
peach trees and stuff on the way.
I suppose hook or not would not be great against vengeful spirits and ghosts, so we can just go check out the estate for now.
Sure.
Alright. We're gonna start with the estate. All right. As the party makes their way to the north ridge side of Willow Shore, you move through downtown, and there's certainly a pretty sharp cutoff on where things get a little empty. As soon as you come to the crossroads street of the Cerulean Tea House, you see that the building is still completely vacant. And along with the stretch of road going through the estate district, where the upper class of Willow Shore once resided, you notice the eerie quiet. You have not been back to the Cerulean Tea House, mind you, since your little foray with the Oni. And as you make your way through, you do see that while there is less damage in general, as the area has been cleaned up, albeit quickly, you are still seeing signs of like blood and struggle. As due to the fact that no one resides here, a little less attention has been kept to the area, which, as you're making your way to the Shrine of Desna, gives you a good idea of why people have not been coming here to tend to it or to offer prayer in general. And when you get there, you come across the shrine. It is still completely intact.
That's good.
While we're walking.
And
Oh.
it is adorned with, well, first what the shrine is, it is a stone statue. Think kind of like how in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, there's the goddess statues. They're overgrown with moss, but this one vines, and it is a gorgeous woman with butterfly wings kind of wrapping in on herself as she's reaching up and holding what looks like a star. And just completely covered up in vines that have just naturally grown from the garden around. The rope has been dirtied that is like wrapped around the waist. The talismans and like prayer offerings ripped and kind of dropped down to the ground below. The little wood foos and such. A shrine like this would normally require daily, if not every other day, care.
And right now it doesn't have any.
Not for almost a week at this point.
Ooh, what a mess.
Yeah. Doesn't help that there's nobody to come back to this place, so. Looking around, do I see where any spirit might be that I suspect might be here?
You can give me a perception check.
I sure can. I assume this one's blind.
Yes. You do not see anything. In fact, you wonder at this point if maybe the legend of this spirit might not be as true as the guardian gecko over at the medicinal house.
You really quick fill that shit. That's crazy.
Clay just sort of looks like how you know how to, take care of this thing. I figure we should at least, clean it up a bit before we try to move it.
Do I?
You work at the shrine.
Well, this is probably not a god I'm familiar with.
Well, I'm sure you're familiar with taking care of a shrine.
Well, who knows? I don't want to overstep my boundaries.
Am I lifting this thing or what?
So
Did the Daikatsu fuck with these guys?
You can tell that the rope, while worn, you can definitely kind of grab onto that and just start dragging it, and the stone should be fine.
Well, I think we're okay. Hold on. Give me 1 sec. Here we go. Just tidy it up a little.
Sure. You take a couple minutes to blast off the dust and, blow away some excess vines and such. And it is this point that you need to make a perception check.
Oh.
All of us or just Ko?
Just Ko. You see it coming, and you barely scramble out of the way as, like, coming out of the vines and the growth is just a little fella that appears to be made out of carved bark and glowing runes. Structure-wise, he's built very similar to the statue itself. But little totem spirit comes out
Oh.
tiny in size, just barely too big to hold in one hand, as it seemed to leap out and attempt to stab you with its sharpened hands.
Oh boy.
Begone, foul thief! You know
I-
not the word of Desna.
Well, no, I won't pretend to admit that I know nor worship Desna, but we have been asked to move this shrine where Desna's worshippers can better take care of it.
Statue has been here since construction. You dare move her from her holy designed land.
Well, I was asked to, but I mean, if you take issue with it, I'm sure that I'm willing to compromise. I'm not here to just take this from you. I'm here to, figure something out that works for everyone.
And how were you planning on relocating?
Kind of like
Well-
picking it up and then dragging it to another location.
Well, I'd prefer not to drag it around. If we can help it, I'd like,
Or maybe,
a cart,
yeah,
a cart of some kind to help us get it over.
I'm sure I
Across
could
the
lift
bridge.
it.
I believe
What-
Lifting probably
through.
won't be an issue for you, but transporting.
It's pretty heavy.
I guess that is pretty far to take it.
You'll get
Her
tired
heavenly
fast.
body, like myself, has been
What?
rooted into this ground for time immemorial, and she will remain to this ground, rooted as a guardian of Willowshore. And you ask to just hoist her into some cart, removing her from the soil she resides?
Well, it would be into another part of Willowshore. Like it would still kind of be the same soil, if that makes you feel better.
But the issue is to unground her. For convenience, you are to
What?
toil if you are to move her.
I don't know if you've seen
Trial.
the state of
Trial?
the surroundings. It's
What, you want
kinda
us to
been-
you want us to leave her on the ground and just drag her across? Is
At
that what you're
least you'll
suggesting?
remain in the earth.
I mean,
This seems like a really like
I feel like that's
Uh,
doable.
We'd have to
And-
transport her through a bridge. She'd have to get up sometime.
Does bridge count as ground?
Not
I guess we
doesn't
walk
really-
across it.
it's not necessarily like soil, which is kind of like what they're stuck on, I think.
Is there not a river?
You
There
want
is
us
a
to?
river.
You want us
You
to
want
put her in the
To drag
river?
it to a river?
Just to go underwater.
You may drag her down in, cleansing her before bringing her to a new home on the other side.
I see.
Are we allowed to say
Okay.
no? Actually, like
We could do like a short, like right here.
I'm
Nothing
willing.
about that will seem short.
I'm
Shorter
willing.
than this
I'm
way.
willing to compromise on not using the cart and leaving her grounded as we move her. But I don't. It is not reasonable to push her through the river.
is
No.
it
You know that the fortitude checks to do it will be easier because of just how buoyancy works in water. You also know that I will be making you roll constitution or fortitude saves.
is it
Ooh, my
possible to
fortune's
like
not that great.
fix up this area so that people could safely just worship here again?
That's
mean,
what I
yeah,
was thinking.
that at this point, I would, if we're going to cause issue with a guardian spirit of Desna, then I would rather just clean up here than have to deal with it, and I can report that back to Cho. But I mean,
And
Okay.
you will relocate others here. You will return the land to prosperity, to daily
Well, I can't-
cleanings, to prayers.
I can't make any promises of that, but I'm sure if we clean this place up and make it, more pleasant to come here through, more people would be willing to come here.
Yeah, I was under the impression that like they weren't going here because it was like dangerous or like unsavory in some type of way, and I don't really feel danger outside of you trying to stab my friend with your trinket. Um, but if we could just kind of make this place, a good place to worship, then there's no need to drag the statue somewhere else, and we could just let people know, like, hey, church is open again. Yippee!
I mean,
It's
I'm
not
sure
really a
that-
church.
I'm sure that's reasonable to me. Do you, Clay will turn to the totem. Do you know what if there's any vengeful spirits or anything of that sort around here?
Pretty much everybody that died here.
Oh well.
What
Yeah.
are they vengeful about? Like, what is the issue?
I mean, were there bodies and
They
stuff when
Kinda
we
died.
went through here?
Yeah, there were. Oh no! When you went through here now, no.
Yeah.
But before, it's been a week since the massacre. A little over.
I'm sure they went and were buried.
Yes. Those that weren't eaten, but yes.
Well, I mean,
You know that the undead wander this land every single night.
Is that something we can change?
probably not.
You can work during the night to kill undead.
Everything about this sucks, guys.
Ko, go ahead and give me a religion check, blind.
Okay. Again.
Again.
Can I also do a religion check?
Yeah, you can.
Yippee!
Okay. Ko, you Desna's your blind spot.
Yeah.
Which is a shame because they're a god of the arts and crafting and singing
Fuck.
song and tale in the night.
Shit.
Huh.
So it's crazy that you just know fuck all about her.
Yeah, might be.
Red, you've seen travelers through the woods over the years, carrying pottery and culture, containing the sign of Desna, the butterfly, the night festivals, the drinking, the songs, the paintings, the arts, the culture. This is all something you've observed of general civilization from a distance, but not taken part of. It might not be something you understand fully. Never, taking a general education art 1
Wait,
art class.
Is this an art check?
It would have been, yeah, but with your role, it wouldn't have mattered.
Well, I do
Don't know
have
that
art
I'm
lore, so I could. roll
Even
it.
if I take that same roll and add your better roll to it,
You rolled like shit, dog.
I got a 1, guys.
No, because then he would be lying to you.
yes.
No.
Kind of
I
like the
got a
first time when
2,
I said to
guys.
drag it by the rope. That was a lie. You do not understand this god.
I'm starting to feel like I don't fucking want to.
Red, you feel like if you're not going to be leaving it here and you're not going to take it to the milling house, the best place to take it is where things are made. Things of beauty.
So wait, the problem with the undead and stuff that they're here in this abandoned estate, right?
They
And I-
come every night to siege the town. You know this.
Okay. Yeah, I was aware of that. I didn't know if that was something that was happening in the estate.
Due to the fact that nobody lives here, it's relatively walled off, so they just kind of shamble around until they get close enough to the actual residential district, where the
Interesting
guards
choice of
fend them
words.
off.
I see. Well,
Well,
Unless you guys want to take up residence in some big mansions.
if
I mean,
if we don't want
I
to
guess
take it,
cleaning the place is not the problem then.
yeah, if we don't want to take it all the way down, then we could just take it to like, I don't know, like downtown, like over by the stage where Co works. That's a place of
Oh,
performance and
probably.
art.
How do you know that?
Master taught me a lot of things, especially about other gods.
Yeah, but
Who's your
master.
master?
Who the fuck is Master?
The one who taught me how to do the stuff with my hook. And
That makes
my
sense.
You're saying
Well
this like I'm
informed.
supposed to know who he is.
I guess I was.
Did
She
they have a
thinks
name?
she thinks really hard and she like taps her foot for a second. She's like, I usually just call him master.
What does he look like?
Well, I haven't really seen him so much as he has talked to me before.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like would you say like a voice in your head or like clearly a voice from outside of your head?
A little hard to say, but he talked to me after I left my old home, and her eyes like like 1,000-yard stare for a second, and then she like shakes her head and like pats her face again. But yeah, Fumiyoshi, I believe.
Anybody who has a
Chat, is this
brain and
real?
has lived here in this town can make a religion check.
Third time's a
I-
charm, baby.
I don't know if I have either of
Oh,
those things.
minus
I've got a
two,
brain.
Actually, does this fall under haunt, curses, or creatures?
No.
Then -2 from that roll.
Okay.
I forgot to click the
Very interesting. The only person to succeed in this check, as far as you are aware, actually, the only person who recognizes the name outside of just being landmarks in the immediate area is Shu. Shu, you seem to be actually familiar with this deity.
Dude, I'm not religious today.
But
On
what
our
do
Lord
I-
and Savior.
Am I just
Yeah.
We gotta go
familiar
pray,
with
bro.
the name,
Um,
or do I like know anything about
Fumiyoshi
them?
is
Tough crowd, huh?
Miyoshi.
let me look at two different things.
The Bible and the other Bible.
I need to compare Bibles actually, because one of these Bibles is the book, and I'm command searching to make sure that they're not here.
Is Fumiyoshi in the room with us right now?
Okay, you recognize Fumiyoshi. They are the Lord of Envy. As far as the history of Fumiyoshi goes, you know that they are one of the major Tien gods of the region, or just the land that you live in. But they punish the lucky. So the rich will know suffering. Those who enjoy pleasure will be devoured. It is encouraged of the followers of Fumiyoshi to topple those on their ivory towers and to resent those that have more. They are not a good god.
Yo,
by any
Finally.
means.
The god of the brokies. That's a guy I can get behind.
No wonder why she knew this.
Shoot.
I'm trying to
raises.
name things that aren't absolute in evil, by the way. I'm trying to make this as connectable as possible.
Shu raises an eyebrow and goes, I see. Interesting mentorship. That you
Are you
have,
acquainted?
let's not say that.
Okay.
Clay is blinking like a frog at this conversation.
So about the shrine.
Yeah, anyway, back to the topic at hand. So wow.
This, by the way, this is the equivalent of like somebody saying Jesus speaks to me through my toast. But instead of Jesus, it was the devil's cousin.
Awesome.
Well, okay. As oh man, this maybe we should get paid extra for this.
We were getting paid.
I sure hope so.
I don't
You didn't
funnily
check that
enough,
first?
They did not bring it up initially. At least I asked the talisman lady if she had money for it.
Trust me, there will be a repayment of some kind for this. I will see to it.
I trust you.
Um,
This is a real
well,
pain in the ass.
Okay. So the wild child who has voices speaking to her from
They're not just
beyond.
voices. Well, I guess I haven't seen
listen,
them, so I guess they kind
Don't
of are.
interrupt me.
She like kicks her
Just like,
foot.
shut up,
like,
kid.
Kicks the ground.
Is suggesting that we move this to the stage or by the stage where the arts are. And, that would be much better to me than trying to push it across a river.
I agree.
The only issue I can see with this is the people who are asking this of us might take issue with where it is, since most of Desna's followers reside in South Bank.
I mean, we could just. I mean, at this point, it seems like we need to go talk to Homeboy, whatever the fantastical old time word
Cho.
for that word. Cho. We need to go talk to him and kind of negotiate what we have found out.
I think that seems reasonable to me.
I feel like the stage would be too terribly far. It is just in downtown. It's like just
No,
across the
I think
river.
it's-
But
The
we'll
problem
make
is
sure
not-
that
the
it can
problem-
get there.
The problem is not getting it there. The problem is the people who are asking us to get it there.
Yeah. Well,
Mm.
we'll see if they're happy with it being there first, and then we could move it.
I think they already made the pilgrimage before. They can make a smaller pilgrimage to
Well,
their god.
To be fair, like some people were just kind of living here before.
Yeah,
now
I don't
they're,
think they have been making the pilgrimage since whatever happened.
They
here
were
happened.
relocated.
Well,
They're acting like it's a pilgrimage.
listen. We should. He turns to the spirit. We'll be back, and we'll take your god to a place that she will like, and we will go speak to her followers about what that place might be.
Do as you will. I will remain here.
Okay.
Don't
I would
know
ask
it.
that you don't attack us next time we come in here.
Depends how you approach.
Yeah, that's fair, actually.
I'll keep my distance.
I don't know what kind of messed up thing this one
Do we-
was doing.
To
Cleaning.
be fair, you did not make your presence known. That was like totally kind of uncalled for. Like you
I
could have
was
just
just
said,
trying to clean the place.
yeah.
I
you-
was sleeping and then I suddenly was getting blasted with air.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You're-
Well,
you
you
know,
are a
you-
little dirty.
What if you woke up and somebody was blasting you with air?
Red says that, and she gives like the craziest side eye. The last person to be talking about dirt.
I'm plenty clean right now, I'll have you know.
Yeah, I'm sure Ko took care of that.
Yeah, Ko, how's your house looking right now?
We don't talk about it.
What?
It's lived in.
Clay is gonna start turning around and walking out of here to go find Cho.
Well, see you later, small fry.
Okay. Where's my water? Oh, there it is. You make your way back to South Bank,
Nice.
walking through downtown yet again.
Less nice.
You actually see the stage director on your way through. Kazuma, a catfolk, is in the middle of curating the next little show.
Oh, my
Um,
boss.
Yes, they haven't invited you yet, and you're wondering what's up with that.
They hate
um,
my place.
Can you believe it? Code didn't make callbacks. That's so tough.
Code did not make callbacks
This is
as
fucked
far
up.
as Code's aware.
It's a tough life out there.
But that's the biz, you know? But they're in the middle of kind of coordinating, and there's some other locals of the theater, of the troupe that you've worked with for years now, going about, and some of them even wave to you as you're making their way through, and but you make your way back to Cho, and he's like, "Oh, you're back already, huh?"
Well, I went to scope out the situation.
Mhm.
Well, for one, there is a guardian spirit there that is not too enthused with the idea of moving the statue. As well, I mean, we have a solution for that. The problem is,
Oh yeah, Kahoshi. We've all the followers of Desna are aware of Kahoshi.
yes, they the problem is getting the statue to South Bank. Um, we have a proposition. Well, for one, I imagine that nobody is really enthused with the idea of making a trip to worship at the abandoned estates, which is why you asked this of us.
It's a dreadful trek, and on top of the fact that it's very haunting.
See, what did I tell you?
And we have a proposal. We believe that, given that the stage isn't too far away and performing arts and craftsmanship alike is around the area, we think maybe moving the shrine there would be a good idea. But I know this was asked of people of South Bay, and I felt the need to come check with you about how you felt about that, because frankly, I don't want to move it and then have to move it again.
Go ahead and give me a diplomacy.
I'm pretty good at those.
Why do we have to convince you if it's a good idea or not? Is it or is it not?
It's a pretty good roll.
Well, I suppose Desna would probably appreciate that now, wouldn't she? But how do you think the locals would feel about a religion so clearly on display in the public works? Usually our shrines are a little more private.
That is a good point. Well, I guess how close do you think we can keep it without, being in the way? I suppose being near the stage is good, just out of the estate and near that area.
I mean, that's not me to ask. You'd need to ask whoever runs that show over there.
I guess that's true. I just wanted to make sure that was, fine with the people who made the request in the first place.
There's a lot of reason behind that logic, so I think it should be. I mean, just crossing the bridge is hardly a difficult thing to do.
Well, in that case, I suppose we can go see about where in town we can have that, if not in the estate. And Since it doesn't seem like there's much more to be gained from here, it's time to walk again.
You're gonna talk to the fucking next guy.
I'm getting.
I'm gonna go see the stage director since he's already there.
Getting like flashbacks to a couple days ago when we were doing all that walking around for the blacksmith.
Well, you don't want to fight anything without your hook, so this is what we're doing.
I'm
No,
back.
it didn't always used to be like this. You know, we used to just kind of go out every day.
And you still can.
I don't think you really want me fighting anything without my hook either.
All I said while you were gone was just that Clay doesn't see that there's anything more to be gained from talking to Cho, so he's gonna
Yep.
bid him farewell and go talk to the stage director.
Okay. So you seek out the seven-colored songbird, or Kazuma, as Ko knows him. But when presenting himself before the audience, he is the seven-colored songbird. And he bids the heroes a hello, welcome. Are you new tryouts coming for the next show?
Not quite. Well, I don't know about Ko, but not me.
Okay.
I had an inquiry for you, if you would mind humoring me.
Go on, please.
I'm sure you're aware of the situation with the abandoned estates and the Shrine of Desna that resides in there.
Yes, the estates, my best customers, the purveyors of the arts, many of which slain. Me, of course, I also lived in a lavish home over there, but with the land and the market as poor as it is, I had to relocate to something a little more humble, as you understand.
That makes sense to me. Well, we were looking to relocate the shrine as well. And we were thinking that it would be best suited around a place where the arts are plentiful, around where the craftsmen do their work and the stage performances are done. But we don't want to just put it in the middle of town, as that would seem kind of an affront to people who don't worship Desna. So we wanted to bring this proposal to someone who might know, more about the area, where we might be able to do that.
Yes, of course. Well, look, I don't think we have really the decor for such a ghastly statue to take its refuge here, but
No, I was not
just
proposing to put it in the stage, just somewhere nearby.
nearby, like a front and center row. Give the
Not-
god a show of the daily event.
Honestly,
Somewhere
not a
where
bad
I guess you
idea.
can look upon it, but not be in the way,
He like starts twirling this like little cane in his hand and kind of observing one of his nails through his gloves. And well, look, this isn't exactly a place of worship. People come here to be entertained. It would be hard to do so with some South Bank podunk individual coming by for the daily prayers.
I see. Well,
But I tell you what. And he's gonna. This kitsune is gonna slowly turn to look at Shu.
She was not even like looking at the conversation. He's like watching the crowd right now.
You're like looking at the stage, and they're going through the actions of some new show, and as they're going on, and you're not realizing you're getting looked at, you see the costume design is very clearly a Cyclops individual, and it seems with like the little waves and stuff on display on the stage that they're reenacting some sort of bridge battle with a Cyclops. And one of the individuals is dressed in kind of a swashbuckler attire.
Oh, my play went through.
Yes,
wrote
it
that.
did. As a co-original is currently being screened. If you were to lend me some help, I suppose I could lend you lot some help. Maybe one of the original sources brought to life on the stage, per se. Oh,
I didn't even get a call back from my own role.
Well, you're not going to play in this. You're going to be a spectator.
Just
Oh, here he is, the Kitsune himself.
as a
Damn.
Beastars character.
That's a Beastars character. You're so
Yes,
right.
it is.
Holy shit, dog.
If you give me the original Shu, the slayer of Gurglegut upon the stage, then we'll call it even.
well,
Surely he knows the lines.
What?
Chu has been practicing his acting.
hold
What?
on,
I
hold
made
on.
sure
Before
of
we
it.
get too ahead of ourselves, first I'd like to make sure that we're picking a spot that's a good compromise for everyone, so your performances aren't being interrupted by anyone wishing to come worship.
We will put it off to the right of the stage, so it still has a clean view of the show. Kind of like the last chair on the right, per se.
This is for reference. I'm not suggesting putting this I'm suggesting putting this kind of like a ways out from the stage.
This would be off
facing
to
the
the
stage,
side
but, like,
near
away.
the. Yeah, this would be putting it off towards. If you remember, there was like a cliff that dropped down to the walkway
Mhm.
on the other side of the stage. This would be putting it on the like far end on that like cliff edge near the railings.
Presume not like that close to the cliff edge, but around.
No,
there.
there's a whole like railing and barricade of like plants and stuff in the way.
Okay.
That's like here.
Well, I suppose that's a good spot, but he turns to Shu. Huh. What do you think?
I fear that I do not have much choice in the matter if we really want to get this done.
Well, if we
Is
want to
it
get
like-
this here, then yes. If we want to, we could always try to get it over to South Bank, but
You
You
want me to like perform? Like I can't just like.
Oh no, you just need to be yourself. From what I hear in the writing, if it is true, then you'll need not do much.
What?
Clay slowly
He
turns
is
to Ko.
my muse for that.
Yes.
It's- Is
Clay
it
is
really
staring
a
at Ko.
muse?
Yes, there's been many writings that have come across my desk about you, Shu, the hero of Illishore.
What are you talking about?
Clay is still staring at Ko.
He gives you the synopsis of Shrek, which Ko had regaled at one point in time as Shu, the main role.
Yeah, was Shu Shrek in
and
that? I
Kung
don't
Fu
remember.
Panda.
Shu was Shrek and the Kung
And
Fu Panda. yeah.
Hercules.
And Hercules, yeah.
And
All original works with Shu.
Oh.
That Hercules was just called Shu. Shrek
yes.
was just also called Shu and Lewis, I guess.
Red is like
I'm still
wide-eyed
cooking
right
up
now.
I'm still cooking up Lewis's great tales, but
Oh, and we
I could,
we eagerly
like-
wait.
I could take somebody as like an understudy and maybe teach them, my way.
shoot,
and,
you've been my best actor in combat. What is wrong with the play?
Those don't have audiences, and I'm like doing a job. I'm like. clocked
It'll
in at the
just
time.
be like 70 people. You fight more enemies on the battlefield every
that is-
day.
Honest to God,
So-
like 2/3 the population of this town right now.
Yes,
it's like
a,
it's like roughly a fourth of the remaining town, yeah.
it's a big show. we're
Yeah.
preparing.
You face more enemies every day than you'd be facing in this crowd, so do not worry.
That's just numerically not correct.
No, it's here in the 100 Legion strong Jenkins that you had bested.
She-
Go-
Red
go
drills a
look-
little bit.
She's eyes like twitching and like slowly shifting towards Ko.
I'm very excited for this play.
Whistling really poorly.
Shut the fuck up, Lloyd.
Anyway, go and
Jenkins.
gather your podunk little idol and bring it here, and we'll find a safe place for it.
Thanks, boss.
Well,
And you know, Ko, once you're done with this
Mm.
bish posh adventuring nonsense, you always know there's a director spot here for the stage for you.
Mm. Thank you.
Yeah, as long as
You
it's
know,
not
once
on
you
the
get this
fucking
rebellious
writing
phase
team.
out of your life, or whatever this is.
They won't be for too long now.
Clay's,
But who
Clay's
knows?
Clay's like rubbing their temple.
Anyway, carry on. Toodaloo.
Bye, boss.
Clay does not respond and just walks away.
Looks like you guys are busy.
Oh man, imagine if I just roleplayed a character with that tone for an entire session. Surely all my friends would still love me.
I'm good enough to disconnect you from the characters you play. Let's just say your character would not get much love from me.
Yeah, that guy kind of sucked. Just like
I-
just like a little louder than she probably should say.
I feel like I've been contracted into free labor, and like I have a job. That's like the worst part. I think. Like I have things I have to do. Like,
Yeah.
throughout the day.
Ko, you can mention it or you can choose not to, but that is a paid gig.
Oh. I'll withhold the information.
And
All
also,
right.
so
That,
if
you know,
I see you ever put a pen to paper in front of me, you will be on the floor.
Well, how else have you been able to do your fancy schmancy moves?
Grit, spite, anger.
Well, there's a little bit of magic in there for me.
It's
Clay,
true.
like, after walking far enough away, Clay just like stops, takes a moment to center themselves. All right. Well, my part of the headache is done with this. I'm going to go let Cho know that we have a spot for the shrine that is not in the estate and has a pretty nice view of the stage and the craftsmanship that happens in that part of downtown.
Do you want
I
us to
will-
start
Out of the
getting to
way
work?
of out of the way of business and that such. So it sounded like that was cool with him, and I'm going to go ask, maybe some help and maybe some repayment for what we've done. I'm sure that second part will go well with somebody who thinks we're just doing this for worship and the good of the faith.
Mhm.
Hopefully.
So Clay walks off. He's washed his hands of this for the most part, but he's gonna go talk to Cho.
The
rest of you-
I will. Oh,
You know that the task remains that you have to move the statue. It seems the physical labor portion of this is not something that Clay wants to partake in.
Fuck no, dude.
Stu like puts his fist in his hand and looks at it red, and he's like, "Are you ready to use your muscles?"
Always.
And I start walking to go A, tell little bro that we're moving the thing, and B, to move the thing.
Okay. Who else would like to help with moving of the statue?
I'll aid, but I don't think I'm that strong.
I've got strength.
Okay. There are two things that you can do to roll to move the statue: athletics and religion.
Oh.
Yeah, my religion check is higher than my athletics. That's
I
great.
pray to
maybe
the Lord
maybe Ko
above.
should be helping.
May the Lord move this pedestal in front of me.
Hold on, I didn't mean to click.
But to be fair, my religion rolls have not been very good today.
It's okay. These ones will be public, so they'll be better.
Sure.
Ah.
There you go.
Athletics.
So you can roll these. You need 3 successes to get it to the stage in a single day. In a
we-
in a single 4-hour session.
Do we know
Okay.
what quantifies a success?
You can click the. Do you see the thing in the chat?
I pressed it. Does it
You
tell
did?
So
me?
it'll tell if when you roll, it'll tell you if it's a success or not.
Mm-hmm. I aid.
Well, I assume rolling religion will help.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh, you have assurance. It just did the assurance check.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, it did it with the lower lower number of what we usually use. But yeah. Also, I also use assurance.
Okay. Not have to do anything then.
Your assurance also gets it to 17 then.
Oh yeah, definitely at least.
Okay.
What do you mean at least? What is the?
21 for assurance.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Co, would you like to hit the religion for me? Just two.
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
I
Okay.
guess
So
I
what are you
know.
bitching about?
So
I
you don't
know.
know shit about this god, but you do know how to make sure that a shrine is not disturbed when being moved. So
Wait,
you
this one's
make
about
sure
art.
Okay.
that there is absolutely no damage done in the hauling. Nothing's disheveled. Nothing's moved out of place. Everything is carried exactly as intended by the 3 hulking friends that you have.
Ko was so
and-
spooked by the almost shanking that he tried his damnedest to not disturb the shrine.
So that's
Okay, and
3
I'm gonna move
successes
us.
and a crit success.
Yes, I'm gonna move us to 3 p.m.
Yippee.
as you haul this statue through town.
I'm like
and bring
barely
it.
helping. I'm just like shot calling where to like move.
You succeeded nonetheless. You helped out.
You're carrying the smaller bits of the shrine.
And with that, the shrine is brought in a single 4-hour session before the stage.
Yay!
And
Good work, everyone.
Co makes sure that it is facing the right way and everything.
I
3
assume-
hulking friends plus 2.
I assume it's like sufficiently out of the way that it won't bother people.
Yes.
Okay.
You like make your way back. Cho was in total agreement and glad that you figured something out. But you made your way back to your friends, like just walking backwards, pulling on this thing, dragging it through the street. And you're just like, oh well, they don't need me, I guess. So
Yeah, I go look. I say that's none of my business.
yeah, you probably go do something else, to be honest.
Yeah, I'll probably. I give Cho the thumbs up. I go. I don't know. Where's there around here to even do shit for Clay?
Would you like to investigate the estate area?
Like the abandoned estate area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check, Glenn.
Blind perception check. You go, boss.
Oh. Okay. So the fading sound of stone grinding stone as the statues dragged off into the distance. You begin sleuthing through one of the buildings nearest the Cerulean Tea House. You kind of saw them making their way through the main street, and you're just like, well, I'll just duck in here and see why things haven't really returned to the way they were. And this is the old building, the original owner of the tea house. It's kind of a story that people know, but the tea house was never really able to get off of the ground. You can give me a recall knowledge society for Willow Shore lore.
Is this about haunts, curses, or creatures?
Yes. Um, you make your way into the through this house, sleuthing around. You start, moving some dust, shifting some books, realizing that while this isn't exactly the real estate you would like to live in, it's still something that you're surprised hasn't been taken over. And you're remembering a little bit more lore behind the tea house itself, how um, the person who tried to start it, King Mai Lai, who originally came here to open this beautiful place for imperial soldiers and members of the imperial family to come and enjoy themselves. um, it never took off the ground. Nobody used it. There was no income coming in. It was very quickly abandoned. And due to this, and due to the lavish lifestyle that King decided to set up for herself, she found herself in ruin, and shortly thereafter had taken her own life.
Mm.
As for what has happened over the past 2 years with the tea house, no one's taken it over. It is completely paid for. It has just been, for the most part, destitute. Um, which is why you are all the more surprised as you are sleuthing around this long abandoned home. You come across a little lockbox.
Oh.
And on it, you do see the initials of King Mai Lai. And as for the contents of the box, you do not know. But this
Okay.
is a reminder on whose home you've just entered.
Hmm. Um, is there like a key around I can use to open the lockbox?
Not one that you can find.
Is it openable? Like
Uh,
just I can
with
just open it?
with force, yes.
Okay. Well, I don't want to do that. Um. So I'm not in the tea house proper, right? This is just the
This is
original owner's home.
house behind the building, yes.
Okay. Um. So it's paid for and unused, and this home has been left abandoned for what, 2 years?
Yes,
Something
2
like
years.
that. Okay. Um. Well, I don't want to take the lockbox with me. I'm not in the business of angering spirits. Um, as superstitious as that might sound, I feel like superstition has become reality at this point. Clay will not able to easily find something to open it with here. We'll probably leave it here and come back to it. In the meantime, uh, let's see. So, what I know now, well, I guess the question is who's paying for the tea house? Why is nobody using it?
It's been paid off?
Oh, it's just been paid off, but nobody's actively paying for it. It's just been paid for,
Correct.
but nobody's using it.
Correct.
Gotcha.
And it's honestly just such a difficult building to navigate that no one's really bothered.
It wasn't that difficult when we came in here.
No, I mean, like, it's a large, cumbersome building.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's just a lot to reside within.
Okay. Well, I'm not really good at thievery. I'm not really good at forcing things open. But I am quite curious about the lockbox.
It's about the size of a bread box.
About the size of what?
A bread box.
Oh, okay.
A little smaller than a microwave.
Yeah. Clay will leave it there for now and continue. Man, people must really not like this place, especially if that's the story of what happened. The owner. So it sounds from what you told me, the owner took their own life because they were basically in over their head with
They saw
Spending-
themselves as a failure to higher society, which they more or less worshipped.
Let's see. In that case, yeah, that's. And there's no. I guess it doesn't make sense that there's like anything left of that here, other than their abandoned belongings.
Mm-hmm.
Would I know anyone who might have known of them?
You can give me a Willow Shore lore
Sure.
or a society check. You are pretty sure that King was the only member of their family residing here. If you wanted more information or like a census or any sort of connection to this building or the tea house, even, you would need to visit Lewin Laws in downtown.
That makes sense. And as far as the state of the rest of like the abandoned estates is just that it's just a mess that nobody wants to clean up.
Yeah, it's kind of like, why would you move into a house that is clearly more than you can take care of?
Yeah, that makes
Like,
sense.
this house was expected to be, and this is true for all of the estates, while those who did succeed in their ventures, they had staff to clean and manage their estates, to take
Yeah.
care of the shrines, to tend the gardens. King was a failure in higher society. And instead of, facing the guilt and letting her estate reach the condition in which you are seeing it in, she decided to take her own life.
Okay. In that case, I assume it didn't take me, a few hours to go through all this.
We can say like an hour, but this is during the time that they've been dragging a rock, so it's like you kind of have nothing but time.
Yeah, I'll probably go pay a visit to Lewin Laws then.
Okay. Let me remind myself about them. Yes, that's right. Okay, what can I have her tell you though? Huh. You walk in to Lewin Laws, and it is her home, with a shop in the front with a desk, and you see Lu Ziyang, and I'm going to go ahead and pull up her photo. Or I think you can actually open her shop page if you double click on that to see her. Let me know if not.
I can see it, yeah.
Okay. You see her sitting behind a desk, kind of writing and taking notes. She has books all over her desk, all opened, bookmarked throughout pages. She seems deep in work, and you see behind her, on her bookshelves, there's of course the 10 essential volumes of Imperial Law, the entire compendium, as well as tons and tons of just like loose Willowshore legal access documents and housing authority documents, regulations, um, something that should be well kept in a secure condition, as it seems everything that is needed for having a society in place is just in this immediate room.
Mm-hmm.
And she looks up at you and goes, "Oh, I see I have a visitor. Welcome, Clay."
Thank you. I
She
don't mean to
even
interrupt
stands
your.
up.
I don't mean to interrupt your work. You seem fairly busy, but I had a curiosity as I was uh, looking into the current state of the abandoned estates and that sort of area by the Cerulean Tea House. I was curious about anything that Matlai might have left after, you know, paying off the house, and I assume that nobody really owns the place anymore. But I was curious if there was anything left behind by them about the area. And the
Oh my. Well, many of those documents we actually still have here. Let me see. Um, what do you mean? Um, let me go ahead and check the records. We have many deeds and estate fortunes here in the office now from that area. Let me see if there's any information on the Cerulean Tea House then, as well as her home. This was a dreadful day a couple of years ago. I'm sure you remember it.
Yes, it was pretty foreboding.
Okay. Um, so she starts going through some files and with general ease locates a series of documents. And as she flips through, she gets kind of towards the back and makes a puzzled expression and goes, "Well, it seems we do have all the permitting and legality of the building that was constructed here a number of years ago, 5 or so. However, there is no deed."
Hmm.
And
Interesting.
with that, there's no will either, I'm noticing.
I didn't see a deed or anything like that when I was in the building, right?
No, nothing like up on the wall or anything like that.
Okay. Interesting. Well, no will, huh? Nobody to leave the place to.
No, I see. Let me check. Well, just judging by her record, she, kind of like me, I suppose, was sent here on Imperial order. I, of course, through the barons of the lumber industry from Z, I came here to help Willowshore. She, however, came here intending to turn this place into some sort of vacation destination. And that, unfortunately, did not seem to succeed.
No. Hmm. Curious. No, I assume no family here in the town either.
None that are mentioned.
Interesting. Hmm. I think Clay is thinking back to the lockbox and suspecting that a deed might be in there. Um, well, I suppose I should at least let you in on a bit of my curiosity. I was looking around there, in hopes of figuring out maybe how to, well, other than the fact that it would be hard to live in such a place, why it's sort of just been left uncleaned and in disarray. I did encounter a lockbox, and with this information, I suspect I might know the contents, but I could not find a way to open it. I don't know if you would have anything like that here or any information on something like that here.
As a lawyer, I cannot advise you to be breaking into other people's belongings.
That Yeah, that was the intent. Is I'm not trying to break it open.
Oh, right,
Right.
of course. You mean like, do I have the key? No, I do not.
Yeah, I was wondering if there was anything informative about, maybe
Right.
where that might be or anything that might be in there. But
you
I
did
suppose that
find
wouldn't
a
really be here.
lockbox.
Yes, I didn't take
Curious.
it. It's still in the building, but
Well, I'm not going to mark that as on the record as one of the belongings, simply out of curiosity. But I hope you do tell me that if you find a way to legally require any information, to keep me informed.
well, I'll do that, and you'll be seeing me again if I do.
I imagine I will be seeing you very soon. Good day,
Well,
Team Clay.
Good day. Take care. Well, uh, there's no key in the home. I don't know where a key would be. And I'm not very good at breaking things open. I don't think any of my friends are good at thievery either.
Thievery? I'm good at thievery.
Yo, wait.
I actually think I also am.
Well,
I have a +9.
since it seems that there will be no legal repercussions for me grabbing the lockbox, Clay will put it in their bag after going back to the building and looking around to see if there's anything they might have missed, like some way to open it or anything.
No, nothing like that. Not inside
Okay.
the building.
Nor in the tea house, I imagine.
Oh, so you checked the tea house. Give me a perception check.
Oh my god.
I love the hey, don't open that. That's illegal. But I'm gonna falsify these documents and not mention that you.
Well,
did.
she said not to illegally open
Yes.
it.
But you feel like the key you find in the concierge station of the tea house very well might actually go, or at least one of the keys on the key ring might actually fit that lockbox.
I'll try them.
You go through a couple and you're cycling through and you look to see one of the smaller ones, and with a the box does pop open. Inside are a number of things, however. Of which I'm going to skim.
You're my bad.
A grim note describing her individual failures, signed off on knowing these words are for no one in particular, as she has no one to express such dark feelings to. You can tell that you find the last thoughts of the former owner of the Cerulean Tea House. Along with that, you do find a series of documents, of which including a will.
Oh.
Which means there's a way.
Which does mean there's a way.
True.
You see on this will, there is mention of a deed and ownership of the Cerulean Tea House and the fine estate behind it. A lavish, 6-bedroom, 3-bathroom, 2-kitchen, giant, 2-story in a basement building.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and give me a law check a knowledge
Law check? What the fuck is a
Mhm.
law check?
It is a lore skill,
Okay. I have a lower
so it'd
skill.
be
That is not,
intelligence.
that is not law.
Okay. You you find yourself tripping over the verbiage and the wording of a legal document. While
That
you
makes
know a
sense.
great many things, the addendums in which reside this document are not remotely close to within your forte.
Well, it's a good thing I know a lawyer that I just
Yes.
spoke to.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to bring the lockbox and the key ring so she knows that I didn't break it open to the
Mhm.
to her office.
You legally acquired the key. It's about this time you've walked back and forth a couple times now, and this second time you're walking past, and they've made it to the square, town
Mhm.
square, with the statue, and Red and Shu and Lloyd, they're like breaking a sweat, and Ko is probably playing a little ditty on the lute to encourage them to move forward, like marching band music. And you're just like kind of giving them a wide berth. And you make your way back to the nice air conditioned room of the Lewin Law, and you're glad that you're not literally hauling rock in the hot, humid summer day.
Oh man, this is more my speed.
Oh, you're back in less than half an hour.
And, I surprise myself sometimes. I found the key. It was actually in the tea house itself. And I found some interesting documents, but I'm not the kind of person who can make heads or tails of this. So I'll leave them with you. But
There's a certain excitement in being given your special interest, and like handing Roman Sonic CD, you've given her something of great importance and joy. As she lights up and starts perusing through the papers, she makes oh, that's just sad, as she skims the first paper before putting it
Yo,
aside.
my bad.
And as she starts pouring through the legal documents, she begins to wear an increasingly growing smile, only to, at the very end of it, look up at you and ask, "How do you feel about a treasure hunt?"
Well, you have my interest at least.
Give me a day to pour through these, but it seems requirements need be met to decide the future owner of the estate in the tea house. Something that will be demanding the call of adventure. So, I require you bring your friends, O heroes of Willow
Well, you certainly have my interest, and I'm sure you'll have theirs, so
Then I'll see you in the morrow.
take care.
She goes straight back to reading and starts highlighting even at this point as you make your leave.
I'm gonna go just for the rest of the time. I'm just gonna be hanging around, but
Yeah.
not actively helping with my friends who are hauling this whole shrine.
It took you another like half an hour of just being able to get that much information. You probably had yourself a nice glass of tea that was left, and barely hotter than lukewarm.
I go visit Ray Ray.
Yeah, you can go hang out with Ray Ray. You again walk past center downtown. Shoes chanting "heave," and then Red's chanting "ho," as they just move the statue. Ko is just like playing them strums to keep them in a rhythm, sweat dripping down their brows as you enter into Ray Ray's home, and you have yourself a nice sweet treat and a nice cool glass to kind of discuss what's been going on and catch each other up. Clay, you come back out around the time that the shouting finishes, and everyone is panting and exhausted, but the statue is in place. I am now going to remind myself of what your rewards are for this.
Yippee! I'm thinking
You
like
better be
300
level
EXP
4,
would be pretty
dog.
nice.
For level
Uh,
4 from hauling a rock? You fat
Yeah.
fucking chance.
It was a pretty heavy rock though.
Alright. How about this? 20 experience points.
Why
1
do I
reputation
breathe?
point with South Bank.
Okay.
fuck?
775, guys.
Where do we have more reputation? Oh, it's South Bay. They have been asking us the most.
Lloyd just passed out on the ground. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's gone.
There's like a raspy noise in Lloyd's breathing as like SpongeBob in Sandy's home.
I don't need it.
Water.
He's raspy. Lloyd, or not Lloyd, Clay, you meanwhile take a louder than normal sip from a little takeaway bamboo cup. You have some nice cool oolong tea that you were given for the road.
Sipping my alcohol by the pregnant woman extra loudly. So
Oh, you guys did a great job of this.
Uh-huh. How was
Oh, yeah.
your afternoon, Clay?
Very informative. I learned quite a few things. How do you guys feel about how was it worded to me? How do you guys feel about a treasure hunt?
That certainly
Ju-
beats whatever we just did.
Clay
I-
Clay will hand Lloyd like a water skin from his back.
Downs it.
At this point, Lloyd's about to go to the edge of the
you,
river and
got
drink from
my attention.
it.
as long as the treasure is something substantial, I feel like we've been doing a whole lot of nothing lately.
Well,
So
I won't know exactly what the treasure is until tomorrow, but we're to visit Lewin Laws tomorrow. And I assume that will be related to the tea house.
tea house?
Yeah, you know, the one where we fought the evil horde creature who was eating children.
Yeah. I've been blocking that one out.
Madoki?
That one
Was
was
it
pretty
Madoki?
bad.
It was
Yes, that was
Madoki.
Modoki, yes.
Oh.
Take a hero point. Just kidding.
I have two. Two in my back pocket.
All right. So you guys kind of fill each other in on what you've done. Very little other than Hall Rock Be Tired was shared to Clay. And if anything else was, he probably doesn't really pay attention.
Moaning and groaning in general.
Yeah.
I don't know what Red's feeling because she's in the bathroom right now.
Yeah.
She was unbothered, bro. I did that shit with assurance. That was nothing to me.
Mm.
I'm nothing like y'all.
It was really easy with assurance for the first mile. Not mile, the first quarter mile. It's the second quarter mile and then the third and the fourth that really started to take it out of you.
Only because Lloyd was holding me back.
I was doing my
Red
best.
was, Lloyd succeeded. Lloyd was helping.
Yeah, but to what extent, really?
I don't know. I wasn't here.
I mean, me and Red clearly had it off the ground, and he.
Well, wasn't that the problem? You weren't supposed to do that.
She
Well,
can give me a
I mean-
perception check. It can be open.
You could be open-minded.
Yes, my Perception Max Pro. Pro Max.
Pretty nice.
Oh.
Yeah, you vividly remember seeing Clay take pretty wide strolls around you guys multiple times as you were doing this.
She was not bothered by this. Shu knows bro was probably doing something or avoiding us, and either one is fine with Shu.
Both.
It happened to be both.
all of
every
all of the above.
every time Shu saw Clay, he would like see it and just like nod it, and then go back to work.
Yeah, you see Clay like walking around empty-handed, and then suddenly at one point he's walking around with a box of keys.
Like, bro's really getting into lockboxes these days.
What's info about that treasure hunt though? What do you know?
Nothing.
Oh,
Oh,
not
She
even
said
where
to
to
come-
start?
She said to come back tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
It's not like you to make random friends, around town.
Well, I wouldn't. I don't know if it's like a friendship thing. She just seemed really happy to have legal documents in her.
Oh, so you're entering a complicated relationship. This is a big day for you.
Well, they're not my documents. They're documents left by a dead person.
You know what? Now that all makes more sense. That tracks again. We're usual Clay behavior. Okay.
Well, she
Closes
seemed really
last
excited to
because,
have
like,
them because nobody had seen the owner of the Cerulean Tea House's will or anything.
do we know what kind of treasure? Like some sort of heirloom or
Nope.
gold?
Some sort of
No.
what?
My
Yeah, I
best
also
guess.
heard that.
My best guess is ownership of the Cerulean Tea House, but who knows beyond that? It sounded like there was probably
Oh.
more. Ownership of
Rare
the Cerulean
tea.
Tea House and probably the estate associated with it.
makes sense.
I'm just kind of waiting for Red to get back at this point.
Yeah.
I was just laughing because, like,
Oh, hey, look,
when
Red's back.
Hi.
when she made the comment about Clay making random friendships, I was like, but we're kind of pretty random as
Well,
to be friends.
We're like circumstantial, when you like you go to school with people and then you become friends with the people in your class because you like see them every day. This is kind of what's going on here, like
I guess we
we're-
are trauma bonded.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very tight knit. I see.
I don't know you.
What do you mean? We know Lloyd plenty.
I think you
Uh.
have a play to worry about.
What?
Oh yeah.
What did you miss? Miss Solid Stringer Dove.
Huh?
What have you missed? I assume everything since between bathroom break and back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you hear anything about the treasure hunt?
There's a fucking treasure hunt.
Okay.
Now.
So I'll fill you in. This is not a character.
Yeah, give me the quick and dirty.
Basically, after Clay was done with his hour and a half adventure sifting through a dead person's belongings and finding legal documents,
Yeah.
Clay saw that y'all were still moving the rock, so he went to go visit Ray Ray and have some tea to kill time.
Huge.
And he came back, or they came back after you were all done and settled, and said that I don't know the details, but from what she told me at Lewin Laws was that there's a treasure hunt associated with determining the inheritor of the Cerulean Tea House, or something to that effect.
I see.
And he told the first thing he asked when he came back, and so everyone was dead tired. How do you all feel about a treasure hunt?
I can still probably go for a treasure hunt.
It won't be
Not
until
today.
tomorrow. At
It
We
is
least.
have to go back to her
currently 3
tomorrow.
p.m. But yeah, you would have to check in the morning.
Oh, even more so if it's tomorrow. Then I'll have my hook back. I'll be in top
Would you
shape.
guys like to spend some downtime for the remainder of the day, or would you like to check anything
I'm-
else out on the map of Willow Shore?
I'm ready to see Shu's performance.
I'm fucking dude.
That is not
So-
today. They are still practicing.
Oh, okay.
Bro, better get to
Also,
practicing.
You have
Shows-
time to prep.
shows
No,
are on Saturdays.
You have until Saturday, Shu.
I'm not prepping anything. I was thrusted into this situation.
Crow
without
knows
my-
the role.
Second best is that doctor we saved, right?
No.
No.
Uh,
Who's the doctor we saved? Oh, Hand of Spring.
yes. Second best, he was there.
Okay.
He sells all sorts of stuff. Mostly like weapons and like tools.
Yeah,
He
I'm seeing-
is kind of the competitor to the Ironworks, Blaze Ironworks.
He seems to sell more like alchemical and other stuff like that. Oh, I do see he does have weapons.
He does have weapon and armor.
Spyglass.
Yep.
Thieves' tools.
So you can be reminded as to what he looks like. He is a caster, to be sure.
Oh.
I see. It doesn't get any more caster than that, huh?
I just didn't think it'd be Chinese.
So
Do you know where we are?
gestures vaguely at the map.
I'm just trying to make a joke.
That's
Oh
just
my
at the
God.
season.
Incredible.
Anyway, you know most of his stuff he purveys through other areas. He is a crafter of a different sort, more of a tinkerer.
Mhm. I don't know if I'll go visit there. So yeah, I'm curious about the shop. Yeah, he's definitely got a lot more crafted goods and stuff like that. Interesting.
Oh yes, consumable chalk.
Are you planning on eating it?
So hungry.
The fuck is a piton? Small spikes can be used as anchors to make climbing easier. Oh. It's got some neat equipment in here. Well, if we need stuff from him, we can always go visit.
You also do know, and this is just kind of a known fact in general. It
Mhm.
is called a second best because everybody, including himself, knows that he is second to the Eternal Blaze Works.
Ah,
He, in fact, named the shop that. Originally moving here to Willowshore to open a shop, thinking that he would show these, country bumpkin second-rate smiths what it's all about. And he learned that he was the second-rate crafter. So, kind of both as a jab at himself, but also to like humble himself, he named the store second best.
understandable.
But his,
Great.
the product he sells is still good. It's just
Oh, I
not
wasn't.
made
yeah.
by a craftsman who wears full plate armor at all times.
Yeah, I think between them, I know who I'm going to for weapon and armor, but he has a lot more as far as the crafted goods go.
He's more varied.
Yeah.
It's like the multi-class versus the like strictly going down one class tree.
Oh my god, can get marbles. Yummy treat.
Don't eat the
Wait.
marbles.
So hungry.
You're gonna need to bring Red across the street to the Hand of Spring after Red eats a bunch of marbles.
I'm not bringing Red into this shop, dude.
You're
You're fucking crazy if you think Clay is bringing Red anywhere.
So what would you guys like
This
to
is
do for the rest of the
fucked up.
evening, or do you want me to move us on to the next day?
Is there anything else I want to do? I mean, I don't know that I'll really find anything in town, but
How much time do we have
Kind of
left in
just
the
like
day?
passively on Clay's mind is trying to figure out how the fog kind of works, and I don't
Ouch.
imagine. And like the main two things on Clay's mind right now are getting rid of the fog, figuring out what happened to the governor's estate.
Mhm.
Anything they can find around without venturing out of Willowshore is probably what they'd be doing.
Okay.
That's crazy. This guy is second best. He sells crossbows with no bolts.
Uh, yes.
That's fucking crazy. He's got bombs in here.
He also cannot do potency or striking.
That makes sense.
You have another like 4 hours of the day left, we'll say.
Okay, I'm not too worried about other
Unless
stuff.
something-
If we had enough time, I was gonna suggest earn income, but with only like 4 hours left on the day.
Yeah.
I mean, unless somebody needs something in particular, Clay, that's what I'm gonna be doing. Just trying to see if I can find any clues.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a investigation or a
Let me look at the activity.
yeah.
What exactly that is? Investigate. Recall knowledge to discover clues. And since this is related, this.
Wow. So what would you be most interested in being informed about?
I think, honestly, as far as Clay is concerned, the fog is a more pressing matter than the governor's estate and the governor. So I think that is more at the forefront of Clay's mind.
So, if you want to know more about the fog, you're just going to have to explore it. You're going to have to figure
Okay.
out, where it is. You do gather some information about where people have gone so far. So just general reporting from scouts and guards who ventured out into the forest during the day, you know that it is all encompassing. One of the
Yeah.
things you hear, however, is from a frightened individual. They claim that the wall had attacked them to the west.
The wall had attacked them to the west. Is that like around where in the west? Like
If
by
you
Mirror Lake,
go-
all the way out to Mirror Lake, or like how close?
Yes, so as they were taking the Pilgrim's Path,
Mhm.
as they were making their way to Mirror Lake, in fact, they had been attacked.
Interesting.
Yeah. On their way to Mirror Lake, they were attacked.
On their so not at Mirror Lake, just on the way there.
Yeah, on the way. They couldn't really explain to you exactly where, so.
That's fine. That's more information for Clay. Yeah, I think any reports he can get of sort of anything he's looking into is what Clay's mainly after, so that makes sense.
Okay. I will go ahead and hit dawn, which does bring us to Thursday.
Happy
Now,
Thursday.
there are a couple things of note. One of which, Shinso's shop has returned in town.
Yippee!
So if I go back, it is Thursday.
Oh my God,
Shinzo
look who's
has
there.
returned. As you wake up and start your day, I'm just going to go ahead and move us, a couple hours forward. We'll put us at 8 o'clock. The Woodcarvers Guild's closing. Now, why was Smickle clicked on her? I wonder. Very peculiar. You can go ahead and I imagine you all children rushing the candy store upon opening find yourself where this mysterious merchant, who can apparently come and go, said that he would return in a week. And sure enough, likely Clay the first, but the rest soon to follow, you see Shinzo at his stall, his cart there, him with his bird, his raven, just chilling, smile on his face, selling, a strange trinket to one of the older tenants of or residents here of Willow Shore. Gives her a farewell, and then looks then to the party, who is probably eagerly waiting and has many questions.
Um, Clay will approach Shinzo first, and out of curiosity, you're welcome to not answer if you don't want. How are you getting around the fog around here?
Oh, I just kind of keep trucking through, and I make it on through the fog. I hear people have difficulties with that, but not I.
I'm nothing like y'all.
Clay's just kind of blinking at that.
Just a little different.
Well, it's
Are
good
we
to
all
have
present?
somebody who can move between towns and such. So
And I actually had you guys in mind during my time away. I know you made no requests when I was last here, but I took it upon myself to collect some items that I thought you might be interested in. So please take a look at my stall. I brought this axe that I figured the young lad would like, but I see he is not yet awoken.
yes, unfortunate about him.
Ah, I see.
But I
Well.
appreciate the thought. Interesting. +1 C. So when these say +1, I assume that's just the weapon potency.
Correct.
This
Subdrop.
this gun is really funny.
What is this gun?
Talking gun.
I thought we didn't have guns.
You have never seen a device like that, by the way.
What is
Yeah.
this?
It's like behind a glass case, and it seems to kind of shake as your attention is brought to it.
Well,
What the hell is that tube?
Oh yes, this is just called a firearm. It is from a distant land. Some
Boy like leans in.
yes. Well, it is what you do is it's like a crossbow. Point it at your enemy, and then you pull that metal. It's called a trigger, and it fires a metal ball at great blinding speeds, which rips and tears asunder whatever it is aimed at. The one downside is, unlike your common bow, this device is constantly loud when used. Very noisy.
Lloyd looks up at this guy and he just narrows his eyebrows. He firmly states, "Where did you get this?"
You may attempt a diplomacy check.
Oh, dude.
Sorry, I meant to say, where did you get this?
Oh my god.
Yes. Let me go ahead and pull up the character card.
How much gold do we have?
153.
Oh, you know, I got it from around, just out there. I'm a traveling merchant after all, so one man's trash is another man's treasure, as they say. I
Like,
bought it from someone who bought it from someone who bought it from someone else who likely made it. And here it is for you to buy.
So he's definitely lying to me. I don't think I need a roll for that.
You can actually roll for that.
Yeah. Perception.
Yep.
That's initiative.
It's insight.
Word Reaper is interesting.
Insight? Is that a different thing?
Oh, Lloyd, what's going on, buddy?
This guy would never lie to you.
I have a +2 circumstance to make it to 11. Oh.
You're like pretty sure it's against the law for merchants to tell lies.
Fuck me. I guess he does go around, guys.
Anyway, will you be
This gun is so funny. It gets bored if it doesn't shoot anything for a week.
Yeah.
I see.
Incredible.
Was it
Yeah,
even
yeah.
used? It looks like there's no arrows that fit in it.
No, you use these. And he opens a little pouch of little metal marbles.
Dude, it has stats.
Yeah, it's a creature.
It is a sentient weapon.
Yeah.
Obviously,
weapon will-
I meant to have this hidden, and it was opened beforehand, but
Oops.
Teehee.
teehee. So, you know, obviously you don't know it is a living, talking creature. but,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Out of character, we know, but
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, Clay has no idea this thing.
Yes.
Does it actually use ammo?
Actually, I don't know if it actually uses ammo.
I don't have it.
Gun just a spit take.
it should
Uh,
use ammo. Yeah. Unless it says something that specifically. I mean, I didn't read anything that said it doesn't. But
Oh,
it-
reload one. Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
it acts as a +1, Jezile. So
Mhm.
Entertainer's loot. Item level 4.
Oh yes, the loot. I brought that for the young one here, and he kind of like pulls it out and offers it over to Ko. It has a you give it like a strum, and you know it's a little bassier than you're accustomed to. But the sound is very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Gives you a +1 to item bonus to diplomacy and performance.
and it has some spells in it. It's a staff
I-
essentially.
Yeah. Used to have infectious enthusiasm.
Ventriloquism and bless. Ooh, bless.
Yes, I had your group in mind when I picked up some of these items on the road, and well,
We appreciate the thought.
We did have some orders that we wanted to make.
oh,
Pretty sure.
Yes, we had some items that we would request of you.
what sort of items are you looking for?
So, okay. Before we make that order, out of character, looking through the shop, is there anything anyone wants here?
I think the entertainer's loot is cool. Unfortunately, Bless just ends up being worse than Courageous
Oh, it's
Anthem.
also a status bonus.
Yeah, it's also a status bonus, so it just kind of ends up being worse than Courageous Anthem.
I think the main thing is
Uh,
the +1 to diplomacy and performance is pretty nice.
Yeah, but other than that, I don't really want any new weapons. And we did just put in like to get that striking rune on the
On our weapons,
Okay.
yeah.
on our
rune.
weapons. So like,
It was potency, not striking.
oh yeah, potency. Excuse me.
If NPCs weren't so nice to me, I would want Word Reaper, but
He is just staring at that gun though.
I do think the gun is really funny. I think if he still has it around another time, it would be a very good snag for us.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we could ask him to bring it back with him.
I guess that's true.
Yeah. We would also need the gold. It is 75 gold.
That's
This-
the big thing. And the nice
Yeah.
thing is,
And,
whatever.
Can you even put runes on this?
Uh,
I imagine it's
yes.
treated as a normal weapon, right?
yes, you
Yes.
can. It is counted as pretty much already having a weapon potency on it because it's already a +1. Like
I
magical.
think runes
item.
count as quoting for it.
What?
My cool
Um,
charms.
Oh, Word Reaper is something Brielle would have on it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yes, I had you in mind, Clay, when I was offered to buy this.
hmm.
I don't feel like purchasing anything.
Well,
If you do me a solid,
Mhm.
think just I am interested in that too. Just
Yes, it is
No.
it's a great weapon. Very 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 boisterous in how it is used.
I have to give it some thought, but maybe next time if you come around, I'll give it a little bit more of a look.
I'll be back here in a week, and I will return with this tube, as you refer to it.
Why do you have it caged up?
That all powerful things need to be kept from the hands of those who do not know how to properly wield it.
She like puts her fingers on her chin and starts rubbing her chin and nodding like sagely.
It is in fact encouraged that in the land where this comes from, well, not every land where they make these, but most places encourage that you keep these locked up for the safety of others.
well, with something as potent as that, that makes sense.
Mhm.
I feel like everybody should have a right to bear them. I don't know.
Yes. Well, so some people feel a little too vehemently about that, but you know.
Clay is squinting at Shu a little bit.
It seems like something we could amend if we really came together on it.
Yes. Maybe.
Well,
Uh-huh.
if it's still around next time, I'm sure we'll have the money for it. Hopefully.
Well,
I
in the
guess-
meantime,
I guess I
well,
shouldn't jump to conclusions.
Oh, did I pay you for moving the shrine?
No,
No.
No.
that was free
Everybody
labor.
got their
Oh yeah,
One
that's right, Miss
reputation
Mark 20
point.
experience.
Oh, yippee!
don't mark 20 experience.
It
I'm
looks
pretty
like-
sure I marked it for
yeah.
you.
We're
Oh,
at
okay.
775, right?
That's
Mhm.
correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
yippee!
you also get 20 gold
Each or to the stash?
to the stash.
Okay, I figured. That would have been a lot of gold otherwise.
Yes.
That's the main thing we did, I guess. Yeah, I don't really anything else, but yeah, I mean, what? How much do we have now? 173. So
Remember that-
we want the striking rune. Sounds like that was the case, right?
Yes.
Is that still the case?
Yes. A striking rune and your bag. I
And my
think-
throws bandolier.
Yeah.
How much does that come out to? How much is the
About
strike?
125 total. If yours was 60 and striking rune is
Okay.
65.
So one striking rune. What else would you like?
Thor's bandolier.
Okay. What else would you like?
Was there anything else anyone wanted in particular?
My dad to come back.
His dad to come back.
Okay.
In character.
Well, it also sounds like Lloyd is interested in the gun coming back, so probably that as well.
Well, he already has that.
Okay. I think other than those three things, anything fun he might find.
I'll roll a series of random dice to see how nice I am about that. He does some quick math, and by quick math, I mean I'm gonna have you guys tell me 65 for the striking rune, correct? How much is the thrower's bandolier?
Thor's Bandolier is 60.
Is 60. It is 65 for a striking rune, by the way. So we are going to do half of that is due today.
So half of 125.
So it is going to be yes.
Just call it
So-
65.
Let's call it
Oh, yeah, we
65.
got payment
65
for
now,
this
and then
bit.
the rest of the 60 later.
Okay. So we'll say that this is paid off.
Hmm. Wait, did we mark the 20 gold in the stash, or should I do it?
Did you?
I don't know if anyone did.
Mark the 20 gold? No.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like it.
All right, I'll do it.
Okay.
So 173, and then I guess do we subtract the full price from it now, or only half for now?
You subtract half of your gold right now, and then
So minus 65.
so I'm putting 65 paid, 60 remaining.
Yippee!
So we're effectively at 48 gold, which is pretty nice still. Minus whatever people might have in their pockets.
Okay, and I have his current requests updated for the description. So he will return in 1 week with those requests as well as any of the remaining items.
Cool.
Did you have anything else you wanted to buy from him, or shall we carry on?
I think it sounds like we're good to move on.
Let's go get that hook.
Okay.
Hmm.
Which one? The treasure hunt?
It sounds like well, I imagine Clay has no interest in walking all the way to the ironworks, so Clay will go to the Lewin Laws, and I imagine the people who left their weapons at the ironworks will pick those up.
By hook, you mean literally, not plot hook.
Not plot hook.
Got it.
Yeah.
I was so confused. I was like, "What other plot hook you guys have? What did you learn that I didn't?" Yes, you make your way back to the Eternal Blaze Works, or Blaze Iron Works, and Young is already out in the front yard. She's actually in the middle of polishing the hook, so any of the rust and chips that once existed have been completely buffed out. This thing has gone through the forge and come out soft and then reforged into its prime condition. Wait, is this metal or bone?
Yeah.
What is the hook made out of?
What? Oh, my hook? Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm
Yes.
disassociating. It's metal. It's definitely metal.
It is metal. Okay, so
Yeah.
it had a little dip in the forge and got buffed out. And seeing you approach, she reaches out to take her hammer back, which I imagine you have come back with.
Yeah.
And
She has been
trades you-
diligently holding on to it.
and
Placebo.
she hands back the hook, and you feel the heft seems a little heavier, but you feel like you can maneuver it a bit easier.
Red looks relieved as soon as it's back in her hands again. She did a good job.
Very-
This feels good.
Oh, thank you. It's least I can do for a day's work, but yeah. What else was there that you had? It was the
A crossbow,
crossbow
I
blade?
believe.
yeah, the crossbow. Here you go. And she walks over to you, Lloyd, and puts it in your hand, and you see like there's a cloth wrapped around it. She just got done applying like a nice varnish to all the wood, so it still has a strong smell to it, but the whole crossbow has gotten primed, varnished, and you see the telltale little paw symbol from the kitsune signature on the like butt of the crossbow, to signify the not striking, the
Potency.
Potency.
proficiency or potency.
Yeah, so
And-
on your weapon, you can edit it to be +1. No.
Yippee!
It's in details. There's just potency rune, and you just pop the +1 in it.
Apple. But the party has yet again been equipped with their weaponry.
Thank you again for your wonderful work at the forge.
Of course, it is, not a lot of else to do with the travel plans I may have had being cut short, but fortunately, I've never been one for taking a break or into pounding steel and feeling the heat of the forge. So,
Mm.
if you ever get anything for me to turn into something that'll kill something else, they will always be appreciated. And I'll never
Always
give you a discount, but I will give you a good product.
Well, that's what matters, I suppose.
I
We will
like this
actually
sound.
have some more runes. We ordered some from Mr. Mysterious Merchant Man. So we'll have some runes coming in a week or so.
Mr. Who?
New guy. Never seen him before.
He wanders into town like
Ah.
once a week on Thursdays.
Huh.
Dude, how does Red know all this?
Never heard of him.
I was there at the
Like,
shop. I guess.
I mean, yeah.
I guess nobody
I-
mentioned it before.
I didn't know Red was familiar with the concept of a rune.
I'm like staring at Red like you just got to town. Like why are we talking like you've lived here your whole life?
Red just has seen, like, being in the woods, like has
She's been
seen him
creeping.
walk through. It's like, oh yeah, that weird merchant guy who walks through with his like carriage of shit.
Yeah. Well, I've never heard of him.
Eh.
But to hear there's another merchant in town peddling wares besides me, I guess I'll have to make something to keep my customers.
I don't think he handles the same kind of business you do. It's not really a conflict.
Yeah. I mean, he's
So he
buying
doesn't
and
sell
selling.
weapons or armor.
Yeah, I think he had some weapons.
My new nemesis on the block, then.
It is for mysterious lands though, so you could always, like, I don't know, make something and sell it to him. Get your wares
My
out there.
new way to sell all this junk that I compulsively make when I don't know how to spend my free
Ooh,
time.
I'll tell you
Red
what,
puts her
if you
hands
can
on her hips
find-
and nods.
If you can find out how to make a tube-shaped thing that doesn't fire arrows but marbles, you can look into that.
She just kind of squints at you and goes, What in the
Yeah, that's what
nine are
I
you
said.
talking about?
But then I saw that merchant come around with one of those, and I was like, oh.
Are you sure he's not trying to sell you a metal pipe that's essentially snake oil?
Could be.
You know-
he was keeping it in a cage. It was a little bit strange.
I did give it a lot of thought, but he didn't seem the lying man to me at all.
Yeah, lying
Yeah,
is
but he
illegal here, right?
Lying is illegal here.
Any metal pipes you would probably sell
Yes,
for
lying
about, like,
is
75
illegal
gold.
here.
Should-
Yeah,
Chad,
you
is
know
she
what?
lying?
Now that you mention it, I do have a metal pipe that I'm selling for 75 gold. Are you interested? And she starts like rummaging through essentially scrap metal.
Well, we have to come back later, but I'm glad I kept put that in your mind.
And then the party, I imagine, takes off as the kitsune tries to sell you garbage for the premium price.
Why would she do that?
So,
But she's not lying because lying is illegal.
That's
Mhm.
true.
So we're going on a treasure
Clay's
hunt
not
today.
here, by the way. Clay is at Lewin Laws.
Yeah, you're like having a cup of tea and like a nice slice of like moist carrot cake. Just kind of waiting for your party to show up, and you're like, I hope they know where the lawyer is. Like, I can't imagine any of these people ever knowing where a lawyer is.
I would hope either Shu or Ko would know.
I think she would know. I'm sure that there's probably been some kind of legal dispute had to be discussed with a customer or whatever, and they were like, "We have a lawyer in town. We can take care of this."
Yeah,
so she knows
okay.
where to go.
Okay. So the full group strolls in through Lewin Law, and you see this scene of essentially a lawyer and a kleptomaniac enjoying tea together. And
Yeah, I guess kleptomaniac is probably the closest. Closest description.
but the party seems to stop as you enter, and they hush down in their inside jokes that you guys will never share together. And, well, the Heroes of Willow Show have returned. Please come on in. Let me get started on this little treasure hunt we're all gonna go on together.
Every time the heroes
Oh,
of
you're
Willow
joining
Shore
us?
gets said, I shake my head so that everyone knows I disagree with this.
I am not going with you physically. It's more of like a
Oh, you
like
meant
spiritually. I'm going to explain the quest to you, and you're
Yeah, yeah.
going to do the dangerous things.
Spiritually,
so-
another
then-
religious quest.
No, maybe yes, actually, maybe. So, I must ask. Please have seats. And she like gathers a bunch of chairs for people to gather around her desk, and she
Shoot, isn't it?
starts opening the will and the deed.
She does not sit leaning on a wall.
Now, in order to claim the estate and the tea house, one must procure a certain item. But I need know, how familiar are you all on Fumiyoshi?
Red's eyes light up.
Ko slowly turns
Why-
in Red's direction.
Why are you asking?
Well, you are to require the iris of Fumiyoshi. Both of them.
That name again?
We just have to. Assuming those are just at the lakes.
Huh?
The eyes. Yeah.
You need to find the pupils of Fumiyoshi.
Ah.
We have one of their star
Yeah.
pupils right here.
Red smiles, like unable to control herself, and then like focuses back in on what she's saying. But okay,
But
is that
I-
is this like a
people.
mysterious thing that you're telling us? Is this like
Well, I mean, that's all it really says. It's the person who bears forth the irises of Fumiyoshi and their opulent beauty are the ones rightful to claim the luxury estate and the tea house
Oh.
of the formerly deceased king.
Well,
okay?
you're like the studied one, and I, as much as I adore going on information that we found from the wild child, do you know anything as you are the studied one in the room?
Oh, me? Oh no, this is asking me. This is asking you rather to procure the irises of a not benevolent being, rather mean one.
Yeah. Wait, no, he's benevolent.
What?
Yeah, it's all about
You know
justice
what
and
that word
stuff.
means?
Yeah.
Oh.
Justice is not the word that most would use in describing Fumiyoshi.
It's one of those situations where, like, it depends on what side of the air quotes justice that you're on, which might be causing the confusion between yourself and our friend here.
I
And am I
see.
muted?
What does that mean?
Sorry, I picked it up from.
You're speaking quite well.
Thank you. I've never been told that before.
Well,
Did that? You know what? Never mind.
So, I imagine
So-
you have a destination in mind then.
Yeah.
mean, I
Apparently.
have, I guess.
Mm.
I have no clue.
Aren't you a detective?
Uh, yeah.
Well-
I mean, no.
Anyway, um, so little one, you know where we might procure these irises?
I have an idea. Yeah.
Have you heard of them before? Before we like jump into this, like, is this something that your wonderful voice has told you about?
Uh, a little bit, but I've been in that area before. It's you know how the river makes like a curve
Yeah.
to the that way? She like points over towards the east or the
Yeah.
west, excuse me.
Yeah.
uh then there's like two ponds above it. Like two lakes, ponds? Bodies of water.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it makes like a face.
I've never looked at it on a geographical map, but if I picture it in my head, I'm sure yeah, I guess.
Lou is in the middle of procuring a map of the land.
Red is like drawing it on the table with like her finger.
And shortly after Red finishes, some of which you are able to discern what is drawn. Some of you lack the whimsy in your heart to see what Red is trying to point out. But Lou does provide you a topographical charted map of the area, and you see roughly now what Red was trying to describe.
Is this going to involve like going in the pond or like?
We'll have to find out.
Sounds like we'd
That's
have
the
to go
adventure
there.
of it.
Well,
The treasure hunting.
yeah.
Well,
The
we
good
might-
news. Good news is, if we were already planning on heading, up north, like, I guess based on these lines, and she squints at the map, we'd be going right by one of them at least.
We
Better
were
than
asked for
nothing, man.
Matsuki to go to the old village expansion too, so we
Yeah.
could kill two birds with one stone.
Well, so with horses, what did we? How fast can we travel?
You cannot bring the horses through trails.
Oh, well. In
Wait,
that case,
through like the orange trails.
Not through riding. You can only walk them.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Well,
So,
that
just-
depends what our route is going to be. That's
Yeah.
a lot of trail.
Yeah, it is mostly all trail.
The
You
blue-
would be bringing horses with you, and that would save you like no time.
The blue
Um,
is in season or out of season right now? I forgot.
Blue's in season now. It is summer.
So how
It's
do
a
we get
seasonal
to
creek.
this one then? Do we follow the blue,
You
or do we follow the
You-
pilgrim's path?
you would probably follow a pilgrim's path and then just go through the
forest.
remaining forest into the clearing. However, you know that
Is where they were.
geographically is roughly around where somebody was attacked by the fog.
Interesting.
So we have access to one eye, the other eye is in the fog.
Potentially.
Potentially.
Interesting. Looking at the map, plays definitely thinking about it. Well, I don't know how easy it's going to be to get to the one further in. There's some reports of fog attacking people.
Hmm.
The one closer shouldn't be too much of a problem, though.
No. Well, we can at least pass by there and see what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Head up
well,
over to the old village expanse.
that sounds like the probable best course of action. Look into one lake, get a understanding of the iris situation. Head to the old village expansion after.
Question. What is the route here?
I see one drawn on the map here. It's like around. I'm not sure if that's like.
This would be more direct, right? Just to
I mean, if we're not
Yeah.
taking the horses, we might as well just go.
Yeah.
This is like the shortest path, I guess, but also most encounters path.
You move at half speed on trails. You cannot bring horses. Or you can, but you just have to walk them.
So half speed.
Half speed.
And what is the speed? How does the overworld speed normally work?
I
Let
remember
me pull up
Miss-
my handy dandy chart again.
Was it not a mile an hour? That actually sounds wrong. Never mind.
Travel speed. Ours is 25 feet? Question mark.
Clay is 25.
Clay is 25. Okay, yeah, 25. I was just making sure we don't have anybody who's at 20, because that would cause problems.
Don't think so.
So at 25 feet, that would be 2.5 miles per day, or not miles per day, miles per hour.
So on the trails, that would be what? 1.25 per hour.
I'm just
Which
gonna
means this would take us quite a while.
Horse is 1 hex an hour. On foot is 2 hexes. You can travel 2. Wait.
Ooh. Is this on the trails?
Where does it say this in the book?
Where does it say what?
How long each hex is. I'm pretty sure it's a mile.
Each hex is
According to the
about-
map, it's 2 miles. But
Each
Yeah.
hex is 2 miles.
that's what it's looking like.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Okay. That's where it's written down. Okay, so travel on roads and it's mentioned in chapter 3. That's why I'm not finding it. Give me a second. Roads is 1 hex an hour on horseback. 2 hexes. That doesn't make sense.
Oh.
That's two hexes an hour otherwise.
Are you saying we're faster on foot than on horse when we're on the road?
That's how it's worded, which I think is supposed to. I think that is a typo. I think it is backwards.
We did talk about this last time.
Yeah, I
which is
think
why
I think the book is just wrong, and I need to just correct that.
Yeah.
Oh, I can edit this. Okay.
Because we talked about it
Okay.
last time, and the horse is having like 40 feet of movement or whatever.
Mhm.
When we did
Almost
the math.
pretty much double our movement.
Yeah.
Okay, so on roads, on a horse, you can do a hex an hour. Or I'm sorry, 2 hexes an hour.
That makes sense.
Okay. What about the trails?
Well, you just can't bring horses. Trails are
yeah.
half speed regardless. So normally you can do a hex an hour. Now it is hex every 2 hours.
So trail is very slow.
Hex every 2 hours.
So
Hex every 2 hours. I guess that makes sense since we'd be moving at like 1.25 mile or whatever.
So getting to the lake through this trail would be 6 hours. Right?
No, that would be. We would call that. We'd call that 1 hex on road, 2 hexes on. In roughing it territory. We can even average out a half.
Wait, 1 hex on road? Oh,
Yeah.
if we take the Pilgrim's Path.
Yeah.
Oh, because we can take the Pilgrim's Path and then we could cut across to this trail, I guess.
Yeah.
Or we could cut across to this road and take it up. But
Yeah. Either way, you can travel via road over
Well,
down
actually-
here.
so 2 hexes of trail or 1 hex of road.
You could even do 1 hex of road and then 1 hex of trail.
Well, that would
So we're looking at 3 hours? Question mark.
3
Sounds
hours seems like a pretty safe to the first quote unquote eye.
Yeah.
it would be 3 hours traveling through the woods.
And then how long to get up to here then?
Well,
It's like
you have
3
to move
hexes
your
a 3 hexes.
3 hexes,
Of...
so that's going to be 6 hours.
That's a lot of travel.
It
Because
is.
then we have to do all of that back to Willow Shore.
It is quite literally roughing it through 2 miles of unused, like, deer trails, essentially.
Okay, so if we take this way,
We could also try camping when we get more over towards like the Old Village expansion stuff.
Yes, you could stay the night in the forest instead of the safety of the town. Guards deal with problems at night. I agree.
Inflammatory ass DM.
Either that, I mean, it's either that or we're just going to the eye and we're coming back rather than trying to do both.
so if
Because
we take
otherwise, we just want to go straight to the expansion with the horses.
Yeah.
Maybe this
So
is
this
two
would be-
separate things.
Yeah, it might have to be 2 separate trips if we don't want to camp out. So this is on foot 4 hours, and then this part is another 4. So that's 8 hours already. If we walk. If we take horses, this is half that, so 2 hours and then 4 hours, so 6.
Yeah.
So I guess if we leave early enough, we can make it all the way to the Old Village Expanse. I'm thinking
Yeah, I mean, we made it all the way out to the Canary Inn and back in a single day. So, like,
I'm
I mean, it was
thinking
a full day. You got back at nighttime, like
Yeah.
late night.
yeah. I'm thinking maybe the best use of our time today, we take the Pilgrim's Path and we investigate this eye. So we say that's what, 3 hours?
yeah.
And
that's what
then
brother
I would
said.
like to go to the fog wall. Since this is road and if we take horses, it would be what, like 2 hours to get to about here
Mhm.
if we just follow the Pilgrim's Path.
I'm gonna draw.
'Cause I do want to see the western fog wall and what's going on with that.
Yeah, I'll start
Um,
keeping notes of where we've seen the fog wall because I know we ran into it over right before we
So-
got to this crossroad.
yeah, right
Carl.
before the crossroad. We know it's somewhere before Mirror Lake to the west.
I will draw it where you've bumped into it so far.
Because I want to say that's the only place that we've seen it.
This
Oh,
is
down
3
to
hours.
there.
This is 2 hours, and then coming back, that's 4 hours. That's pretty much our whole day. Is on the Pilgrim's Path.
Yeah, I think that works. Go check out both eyes, pretty much, or well, go as far to the
Right.
other eye as we can see.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Well, sounds like adventure calls.
Adventure calls in.
Does
Let me open a investigation.
Oh,
What would you
What
like to learn?
treasure is in these irises of the god that I forgot about immediately?
Fumiyoshi?
Miyoshi.
Komiyoshi.
Sure.
All you know is they are the opulescent irises of Fumiyoshi.
So far.
I imagine there's like a period of time in which Red has like maybe swam in one of them.
Probably, yeah. I think she sort of hung out in that sort of area, like sort of around the river, sort of to the eastern side of Willow Shore. So
Okay, so we have three things.
Western. Fuck. Keep missing.
We
missing one.
have search the eyes of Fumiyoshi. Or and then we have check to find the wall of fog that has attacked someone.
Mhm.
And then we have the search the village expansion to the north to see if usable. So these, I guess I have the Silver Sludge.
Thank you, Silver Sludges.
Um, these are the items we currently have on the docket, which means we have a number of things to get back to next time on Seasons of Ghosts.
Next time.
I mean, we can still go, but I know it is, for some people, this is considered late.
I mean, normally it would be
I'm-
me who's considered late, but tomorrow's Labor Day, so.
It's holiday tomorrow.
It's holiday.
I'm in need of eating something.
Do we want to take 15, 20, and then
I'm-
come back and go until we say we're done?
I think for me personally, I'm fine with going towards like our first objective, towards the eye, and then picking up from there next time.
Okay.
Okay.
I feel like that's like an encounter or two, and then we can pick up from there next time.
Yeah, I'm fine with
It
that.
will be one encounter roll,
Cool.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
which means shoo. Roll a search.
Why do I always have to be searching? I was
Because
just
you
like,
have it set as your exploration
Yeah.
activity.
that's true.
Um, I guess I could
You were
be
scouting.
scouting as well. I don't. Well, yeah. I guess I don't have. I just have investigate set, but
Okay.
I guess I could be scouting in this instance.
That is a D12, I think. Let me find that chart. No, that's a D20. Is that a 1?
Sure is.
A one on the D20.
Oh, okay. No, one is fine. You likely even just decide to go around this in a similar fashion as how you've encountered it before. You come across a sleeping bear,
Sleeping bear.
a black bear.
Um,
Brother!
no, I'm not particularly interested in fighting a bear.
Neither am I.
We have like meat from last time.
I'm sure I have like fish or something in my bag. Like dried fish or something.
You did roll a 1, which is, as far as the table is concerned, is the weakest encounter.
I see.
We can just go around it.
Yes. You can. One of you can give me a survival check to not wake a sleeping bear and know how big of a berth to give it.
Um,
I got
we're in the
+5.
forest, right?
At this point, yes, you're trucking it.
Okay. And blind or public?
You can go ahead and do public. That beats trivial, and you move along.
Yippee!
Mark 5 experience points.
Mark.
One.
Oh no, not one.
Let me
Early
see.
sign because he has to give us 225 EXP.
That is true, actually.
That's what I'm thinking.
It was a really hard encounter, TBH.
I know.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's 4 level 3s. What you guys? No.
5. Kind of hard.
5 level 3s. Against a.
Yeah, that would have been really tough. I'm thinking like 2000.
Think about it. It's a bear in the woods, dog.
Yeah.
Like, they don't get angry unless they look back and forth and see nobody else is there.
You get 32 experience.
Oh, that's more than I thought,
I'll take
honestly.
it.
Was that 3-2?
3-2.
Yes. So that puts us at 807.
Ew.
Yeah, that's
ew.
actually a bad number. Yeah. Hey, look, I don't determine these. These are all mapped out.
You literally could just change that ending number. You could have just been like 30.
You're right. It's 30.
Okay.
Oh, wait a second. Don't take it away.
You want 2 more experience points?
I'll
I'm
I'll
sorry.
take what I can get right now. Anything gets us closer to level 4.
Sure.
This head ass is
D&D
gonna give
always
us like
rounds down.
this head ass is gonna give us like 53
Well,
XP later, and that's
I
gonna
sup-
do it.
Well, now I'm conflicted because I thought we would have like
Oh.
an encounter, and that would probably take like a half hour or something.
Definitely.
Okay,
something,
what are
something.
you doing later, Nuck? Do you not want to hang out and play D? Because I'll go till midnight. You don't.
I don't want to go that late.
We want
If
to
we're
wrap up. We want to wrap up the campaign tonight. You got it, dog.
yeah.
it's
Bring me the
it's
final
more
boss.
like
Do you need me to come make you a cup of coffee? Are you sleepy? Is that what you're saying?
no, I'm hungry.
Yeah, go eat. See how you're feeling. We'll jump into D&D after. I even have. I almost called Ruko. I even have Rue's seal of approval.
What?
Never mind. I don't. She's not paying attention.
Yeah, if you need to go eat, go. We can take a break. When we were doing the
Yeah.
like longer sessions before, we had a scheduled break time, but
We did.
our
we took a
schedule
break
has
at
been
8.
all wacky lately. So
We took a break at 8 and we went until 10 was what we did before. But let's just put BRB screen. Nuck will have his Snickers and see how he's feeling after that. And then we'll reconvene.
I'm
I was
making a
gonna eat
sandwich on the
dinner,
way.
dog.
Yeah, dude.
The Snickers is
He's not
dinner.
him when he's hungry.
I just had tacos arrive, bro. Like,
Oh hell yeah! Fuck yeah, dude.
You know
Well, I'm
what? I
also-
should go get talk.
That does
Alright.
sound great.
It
I'm
is
gonna go
Taco
figure out food
Tuesday.
too, though.
Be right
Wait,
back, chat.
What?
So
What's up?
We've slept for like 2 nights, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Yippee!
Oh.
That's all.
Oh, you could just put yourself to full after a long rest.
Oh yeah,
Really?
yeah, you're at full after a long rest.
Due to
Yeah, that's how we've been running it. Is
Yeah.
I see.
especially due to the fact that we have like Ko's passive healing and like treat wounds and other stuff, like it's just kind of assumed that we'll treat each other's wounds after like after we get back.
I see. Okay.
Hey, BRB.
Yep. BRB. chat back. Hi, chat.
Hi,
Chat, how do you, chat? I'm gonna type a word, and I want everybody to give me the best pronunciation that you can spell out. All right, chat. It's gonna be a fun game. How would you pronounce that? What does the pronunciation look like to you guys, chat?
Here, let me.
I'll join in. Word.
Dude, it's exactly how I would pronounce it. Thank
Yeah.
I'm not looking at you. No.
Na, 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 na.
Yep, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing. I'm looking right there. I'm seeing what I'm looking. I'm seeing it right now.
If you were seeing it, how would you be seeing it? Like with what?
Pants.
With eyes wide open.
With your pants? Your pants can see?
There are pants
No.
to see.
Heirloom.
Hey, is that your family heirloom?
Heirloom.
That is one pronunciation for me.
This here
Harem.
heirloom has been in the family for generations.
What's that? You got a harem?
A harem.
You got a family harem in there? Is
Got
that
a
ethical?
what?
That's
Heirloom.
not. Hey.
Is that ethical? Can you do that?
The heirloom has been here for generations now.
Mhm.
The heirloom.
Hoodlum?
Ain't that the shake?
Oh no, that's the
Okay,
city
Grandma,
where-
time to get you to bed.
From Mr. Harlem.
I had to think about that one.
Alrighty, back in my day, they used to do the Harlem Shake.
They don't have a day for you, fam.
Whoa. Let's not get mean
And
tonight.
they used to dump buckets of ice water on themselves.
It's true. It was for charity, some shit.
Yeah.
I feel like
Fairness.
some didn't do it for charity.
It's better than just for taking, snorting cinnamon
Oh yeah, that was
or
pretty
eating
bad.
it.
There you go.
Yeah, it was
I
a
knew-
spoonful.
I knew
The
you-
cinnamon challenge was bad.
I did it wrong.
I
Oh.
remember when kids used to.
Why
What
did you do it
shit?
like that?
What do you mean you did it?
I was hungry.
What happened to you?
Can't you blame somebody for
Howie.
being a little hungry?
Owie, my bones.
Is it a crime to be ugly?
Well,
Somehow.
certainly it's not as bad as those laundry detergent pods.
Tide
Dude.
Pods, yummy.
iPods.
No one got hurt
day.
from those. You know what, chat? Go under your sink and find
Wait.
that gooey, yummy looking packet and just fucking go crazy on it.
Spickle, you
Huh?
need to get your camel to John. John just shared the world with only me and him.
you want to use your same YAML?
Oh, I fixed it. Damn, bitch, you didn't even. You were just like,
I
fuck the
was
bitch
not ready
name
for
from-
John to just post Archie link.
yeah,
you post
no,
the YAML.
It's true.
no questions were asked, dude. Bro.
Yeah.
Just said,
John went, I'm game. Get me in there.
Give me 1 second. I updated it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yo,
God.
I went to eat dinner and now there's a fucking Archie happening. What's going on?
Me and Spickle were talking earlier about wanting to do one after Ghosts. Gonna bust one out.
With a ball
You're the
wide
what?
open.
Gonna bust
You
one out.
buzzed?
Buzzed.
Yeah, gonna bust one out with the homie.
Have you ever busted a nut with $3 on the line?
I busted a nut for free.
Amen.
What?
Yeah, I mean that's rookie behavior, bro. We've all done that before.
Okay.
I did not mean to shut you down. I'm so sorry. Can you forgive me?
Have
I
you
can,
ever
but I'm gonna
bust-
keep watching these VTubers about it anyway.
Have you busted a nut with $100 on the line?
I never busted faster.
Would you like to?
Are you offering me $100?
You
I'll do
too
it,
can.
The
I'll do it
John
mic unmuted if
community
you
is-
really want.
The John
Y'all
community
hear
is
that?
awfully silent.
Y'all hear that? That's broke.
No, I'm
It's not a broke in the air.
It's for charity.
Yeah. Brookie.
What the fuck?
Oh man, Brookie is my favorite word, man. That's just so funny.
Yeah, this is something you really resonate with.
Something that really just reminds you of home.
That's rough, buddy.
What's the home words?
That's a sensitive topic, John. Come on, man. With balls wide open.
How?
Okay.
I undid the latch.
Oh, okay.
So I have for me the next step. Like
Congratulations.
killing Foundry, or are we killing monsters?
I would like to kill a monster. At least one.
Yeah, let's
here.
kill a monster.
It's up to Nook.
How are you
done
feeling
do-
post food?
I can do like another. I can see what's here.
So, as the intrepid heroes make their way through the forest, another couple hours pass by. Let me. Whoa. There would have. There we go. About 10 in the morning, and you come across this open valley in the forest, and the soil here has grayed over time as you approach these pools that you know, or one of the pools that you know to be located, the right eye of Fumiyoshi. These pools, located in bowl-shaped depression, are slightly smaller ponds. Most of the hinterlands around you are filled with like verdant vegetation, but here nothing grows in the just gritty gray soil that fills both of these basins. Do, 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 do. Shu, give me a religion check.
Does it have to be me?
It could also be red.
I can do that.
Yeah, you probably have more something in religion. I don't.
Does she?
I have a +6 religion.
Oh my
It's a,
gosh.
it's a knowledge check.
Well,
Okay, Shu.
ha!
With eyes wide open. Here's my +0.
Alright. And
I'm nothing like
you
y'all.
know local Shu. Local rumor holds that centuries ago, Fumiyoshi, the god of graves and dishonor and misfortune, looked out into the world through these two brackish pools before you. But his attention seemed to be diverted, and in the wake of his passing, no plant life can grow here. That's the rumor, of course, and naturally, if you ask any person of science, they will tell you that these two hollows are simply places with bad soil. Yet the story about Fumiyoshi in this region is strong enough to accredit this place as cursed. And I just realized that we are not on the right scene. So I'm going to go ahead and bring you guys over. and you should now see this gray earth. And you should know that you are actually standing off of this map. You are on a precipice before a very steep downhill into this like bowl of water. The ground here is very, very steep, enough so to require climb checks to navigate your way down.
Mm. Well,
I mean, you're the expert, so to say, right now. So your guess is as good as anybody's.
mm, well, only one way to start checking, right? And
I don't like the sound of that.
Red is going
Um,
to.
Looking at the well, I guess how far is this pool of water from us at this point?
It's about 30 feet down.
Do I notice anything about the water?
You can give me a perception check.
I sure can.
Can I also do perception?
You can.
Yippee! Oh,
Mm-mm-mm-mm. Clay, you notice nothing other than just how still the water is. You know that it's not quite into the rainy season of the summer yet, so the rivers haven't started really trickling in. But who knows how long this water's been still for? And with still water, there's always kind of complications, but you're not noticing anything immediately. Lloyd, you on the other hand, gaze down and you see, at least from your discerning eye, pretty obvious signs that there has been life kind of going up and down this like
quick
kind of
question.
steep face, as well as moving along the edges of the water.
Would anything change with +1 circumstance bonus?
No, you just rolled really well.
Gotcha.
Mm. So, still water?
Well, I can't say I'm a fan of this area.
It is eerie and quiet. Not having any trees nearby for just like dozens of yards away means all you really hear is the still breeze and no animals, no bugs.
Red, you haven't swam in this, have you?
Not here now.
Okay.
The other one, yes.
Once upon a time.
And you said if we
Actually, I
want to
think it
go
would be
down-
more likely for her to have swam in this one if either of them. Just because that one's way
Yeah.
farther out.
Hmm. Well, do we know what we're looking for as far as this iris goes?
Probably something inside of it. Perhaps something down
Okay.
under.
Well, that seems treacherous.
Mm-mm.
Well, this is a treasure hunt.
I suppose.
We don't have any
Could also
long
just be-
rope with us, do we?
Could also just be the ramblings of somebody at the end of their life.
Also true.
But either way, I guess we won't know until we get down there.
So who would like to make the like 30-foot climb?
Red can.
Go ahead and click
Does-
that climb check I put in chat.
Does a 21 beat it? That's my insurance.
Would you? I mean, I'll tell you yes or no if you choose to do it.
I mean, that's what I'm doing.
All right, it beats it. You clamber down successfully. Who else would like to go down?
So this 30-foot, like this, the where I'm measuring on my ruler is where we're climbing, or no?
Yeah.
So is this just not standable, or?
No. You can no, my apologies. You can stand here. You just cannot move up or down without climbing. You cannot move from a square without making a climb check. You can stand, but it's kind of like standing on a really steep like face, you know, like if you want to go down or up it, it's safe to do so with your hands. You can't like just walk down this.
Hmm.
But you can stand on it. And I will say
Well-
you can approach this area from anywhere on the map. Just tell me where you want to approach it from, and that's where you'll go. That's just where I dragged your minis because it was closest to the sideboard. Anybody else want to
guessing this-
clamber down?
I'm guessing
Um,
this, with this being longer, it's probably a little bit less steep than if it was like this sort of sheer drop off. Here.
No, just anticipate that the whole thing is
About the same.
a steady. It's just we're not seeing further onto the map on those sides.
Gotcha. So pretty much either way, it's 30 feet down.
Give or take, yeah.
Okay.
What do I get with a 19 assurance?
You get the ability to climb down successfully.
All right, that's what I'm doing.
Are
Oh,
either of
What's
are
up?
either of you expert in athletics?
Yes.
Okay,
Mm.
I'm going to follow the expert
Oh.
as I follow Red down.
Okay.
Which means I add +2 to this roll.
Okay.
I'm trying. So if we have two types of the same bonus, you just take the higher, right?
Yes.
Yep. Generally.
In that case, this should be follow +2 efficiency. Get a +3 instead of a +2 to this check. Oh, I didn't the thing. Oops.
You do not succeed. And from the lack of success, you have a little slip and fall. You take 5 damage as you roll down this hill, coming to, I mean, I guess a splash in the water. You can go ahead and give me a either acrobatics or athletics to just kind of catch yourself, grab a ledge. Essentially, is what you're
Is
rolling.
that not just a reflex save?
Yeah, reflex save then. Is grab a ledge a reflex save?
Yes.
Oh, okay, then a reflex save.
Oh, nice.
You manage to stop yourself, and you can put yourself anywhere on the bank without actually going in the water. Ko and Lloyd. You watched your two relatively strong companions make their way down, and Clay tried, but was not as graceful in their descent.
I see. I think Goy will stay up here.
I don't want to go down there, but like going across, is that still like a I don't want to go further in, but around,
Maybe
where-
like down to like here or something.
Yeah.
Like a little bit
Yeah.
farther up the
Where-
bank.
Where would the cliff be?
You still need to climbing check to do any approach towards the water. So if you want,
Okay.
you can say you move like along. You can move anywhere along the rim
Mm.
without doing checks, but any approach, any square approaching the water, you're gonna have to do an athletics check.
Okay.
I see. Okay.
Surely this won't go poorly, right?
Likewise, any check or any movement out of the water also requires athletics.
Let me see here.
I mean, if anything happens, yeah, my shit can pretty much reach. I'm fine.
Max movement
Okay.
distance, right?
I mean, you can just move yourself to any edge of the map you want.
Okay. Then I'll go over here then.
Okay. All right. And with that determined, please get ready and roll for initiative.
Huh?
No, I'm good. Shoot, gets up and leave.
Dude.
Don't forget to add a +1 circumstance.
Oh, that would be a
Oh.
17 then,
Anyone
That'd be
for me?
if it ends up
10.
mattering.
Or 11.
Okay. So, as you make your way down, I'm going to
Oh shit.
roll a d2, I guess.
Can
No.
only really hit. Huh?
Hard is shoe. All right. As coming up out of the gray soil are 8 legs, fuzzy as they make themselves visible. As before you is a very large hunting spider,
That's a big spider.
Ooh.
scurrying out
Spider.
with its skittish movement. It lunges forward and attacks Red, the smaller, more morsel-shaped victim.
I get to choose. Well,
His first attack on Red,
a 19 does not hit.
19 does not hit, and its second attack, 4 does not hit. All right, Red, you've alerted, or I'm sorry, not Red. Sorry, Shoe. You've alerted the creature.
I've been
Is-
minding my own damn business. All right. Are they not in the initiative order? Or am I crazy?
They're not.
Yeah, what's up with that? Oh.
I see.
Wait, quick question.
Yes.
Is moving along the edge still fine as like regular movement, or do we have to roll?
Yes.
Regular movement is fine.
Okay. Okay.
As
Moving
long
up
as
and
you are
down
not
is the
moving
problem.
towards the lake, it is,
Got
or
it.
away from the lake.
Okay.
My evil thought was to shove them. And then I thought tumbling through, but I'm not trying to be in the water.
Trip?
Just trip it.
Yeah.
All right, give me a athletics check.
Ooh, nice rolls.
Thank you.
And that is against its
Reflex,
Reflex
Reflex,
DC.
which is 10 plus its reflex save.
which makes exact.
Ooh, nice.
go.
Oh my
Panache.
god. I can assurance trip them. This is wonderful news.
That is actually good info because
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about it that
It
much.
probably means their fortitude is also lower.
And with that interesting morsel, I'm gonna do Gang a favor, and hopefully land this finisher on them.
If you
To
spend the
unbalance this
panache.
MF.
Oops.
Oh my god, shared stratagem.
Night.
So this works. That is not hitting anybody.
You are correct. That does not hit. Your whip cracks at the ground below, where the spider was just knocked down.
Then I will just extravagant parry.
Can you apply prone to them?
Yes.
Yippee. Can always just drag it over from the tooltip.
Oh yeah. That's much easier. Okay. Moving on now to Ko. Ko, you're up above, and a spider just jumped out of the gray dirt on the kind of cliff bank and is attacking Red. Well,
Yeah,
was. It's now
kind of
slipped.
a shame that I'm just out of range. Arm. What do I want to do? I will play this.
Like you're in composition big.
Nice.
And standard DC. It's probably fine.
Okay, then I'll do this.
Question mark?
Yes.
Okay.
For 3 rounds.
Yes.
Okay. I have 2 more actions.
Let's go. I love buffs.
What do I want to do? Well, okay. I will tell a funny tale. And my hero today. Let's have Clay be the hero.
Why?
Humpty Dumpty did just have a big fall.
Humpty Dumpty did have a big fall. And there's some strange creatures who want to nip at you.
They want to take all your pieces. You can't put yourself
Yeah.
back together again.
Yeah, all your little eggshells.
But you feel like you're being
the villain.
discriminated against.
Clay is just like staring up at Ko.
Don't worry.
Eh,
I just feel like you've been left out of my stories after writing so many about Shu.
that's fine.
Keep my name out your mouth, please.
Maybe this
What
way
is-
you
what is
too
your
can
tale?
end
What
up
is
on the
this tale you're spitting
stage.
for me?
We're figuring it out as we go.
Okay.
I need to get these ready again like I did last time.
Okay, I'll add the effect to myself.
Anything else? I think you have one more action.
Yeah, I'll move. I'll start moving my way closer.
All right. We then move on to Clay. You've had a big fall.
Yeah, but we come back from these. And so moving this way would require a climb check, right?
Correct.
I will do this first. Oh, right. Click. And boom. No resistances, no weaknesses, no immunities.
Shit.
So I guess I get the personal antithesis, and I get a recall knowledge with this. What am I worried about it being able to do?
Other than its ability to bite you, which hurts quite a bit, it is also venomous.
Oh.
Don't like to hear that. Not a good look for Shu.
Shaking in my boots right now, dog.
Okay, in that case, I'm gonna smite the villain with my shuriken.
Roll to smite.
Oh, I see. Courageous Anthem and Spin Tail are both status bonuses. Oh, that hovered on a 16 for a moment. That
Oh
sucks.
man.
It sure also does miss.
Yeah, that's okay. I have another one.
That, on the
Oh.
other hand, hits.
Big.
Let's
Yippee!
go.
Hit on an 18. Let's go.
This is
Just
all correct.
Barely
Bang.
hits.
Max damage.
Woohoo.
Oof.
Yippee!
Big.
Oh
The
shit.
antithesis is working.
Yippee!
Nice.
All right. Your damage goes through. The spider winces as it lays on the ground, and I now roll.
Surely there wouldn't be
Another-
another spider.
Sure hope there aren't 3 more spiders.
Roll another d2. Heart is red.
21.
Well,
Come at me!
As a spider unburrows itself.
Oh, hey.
Oh, hey. How's it going?
It is going to fucking just full strike red, I guess. So I'm gonna go ahead and just target. Roll.
Nope.
Nope. Second attack. Nope.
Nada.
Oh.
Ooh, hovered on a nat
Ooh.
20.
Oh,
All
you would have
attacks
you would have
miss.
liked to do that.
I would have.
I also kind of would have, because then I would have been able to proc my
Oh,
Scar the
shit, there better
Survivor.
not be another spider.
Another spider. Oh. Come at
As
me.
this, as this one becomes visible over here,
Oh, that one's not gonna come for me.
moves
Ooh.
over, and this one is going to take attacks at our fabled hero.
This is a good look from you fellas.
Amias,
Oh,
That's a miss, even
big.
with off guard.
Big
followed
reach.
by. Oh, well, there it is.
Ooh,
Oh.
Can't
Well,
dodge
well.
them all.
Go ahead and give me a fortitude saving throw.
Well.
You
Okay.
succeed.
Big.
Oh. So you are not affected.
Awesome.
You do, however, take this for damage.
Ouch. A lot of damage.
And then we move on. Red, there's a lot of bugs.
There's a lot of bugs. I fucking hate bugs.
No.
I am going to. I'm just gonna keep my scar on. I'm not gonna worry about going sicko mode right now. I'm gonna swing at the one that's tripped right now. And let me actually I'm targeting it. Swing, bada. That's what I like to
Bonk.
see.
Oh my god, you're gonna
That
punt
is
it
a
to the moon.
critical hit.
Deadly D10. Oh boy.
Oh
That's a
yeah,
lot of
that's a
damage.
12 on the die, baby.
You squash the bug
Jesus
thoroughly.
Christ.
Boy.
Whoa. Jesus Christ.
Laughing as she lifts the hook out of that spider. She is going to turn to the other one, and is going to.
What?
I have 3 actions. I'll do a swing with map at this one. Oh, we're rolling big today.
Oh,
Nice.
dear lord.
Oh, max
What a
damage.
12 too.
Max again. Squash.
And then I'm gonna use my last action to assurance trip. Smiles.
Okay.
21.
Making me have to click the fucking box to do
Oh,
it.
sorry.
No.
I need to actually add that action to my bump.
All right, we move on. Lloyd, you're up on a vantage point. The spider that you had the clear shot on has just been obliterated.
Has been obliterated.
But there are other spiders. This one has lesser cover from you.
It's also off guard though, so
Yeah.
It's like a net +1.
yeah,
Yeah.
that one.
I think I'll devise me stratagem. Roll me
Which
d20
one?
for an attack. The one up here.
6. Not looking for that. Fantastic. Gonna be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Was that 6 plus?
60.
Probably 10. 16.
Plus 11. There it is. It's right there.
11.
Striking.
May hit.
If it with a 17, it wouldn't hit.
No? Okay.
No.
Well,
we know that when they're
wouldn't it?
tripped, it's 18 to hit them.
Well, we don't know if it's lower than that.
I guess that's true. I guess it could be a 17. But that was against the top one that isn't tripped. So
Oh, it's
And you
against the
wouldn't
top
say
one?
these
Yeah.
spiders are answering my question of what was in the eyes in the Fumiyoshi, right?
Technically, they kind of are in the sense that they were in the eyes of Fumiyoshi.
Oh, then why don't we put my pursue lead bonus in there?
oh, that means that devise a stratagem is free too. That's big.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
that's a free action if it's part of your lead.
If it's
That's awesome.
part of if it is part of your investigation.
Oh shit, then Lloyd still has 3 actions.
And I think and I do think, but I think
Bro's devising his
Yeah.
turn right now.
that this will work. Ah,
Miss.
I'll get that key. Then I'll no, it's not worth it.
2 actions left.
Three actions left.
No, 2 actions. He
No.
took a shot.
2 actions left.
Oh,
I
you're
took
right.
a shot.
You're true. I thought I forgot immediately.
I'll do a reload and then like much I could do up here. And then another.
Roll it.
Or nah.
Auto.
Nah. Map. Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
why'd you gnome for a second there?
Why am I like not seeing people's new rules?
Bang. You gotta refresh your page. Same thing happened to me last time.
It's happened. This is the second time it's happened.
Yeah.
Spider takes 3, and we
Happens to me
carry
in
on.
vaults.
Shoo. The spider that was closest to you is no more.
Thank God.
There's one over here that's kind of hurting, and then there's one up here that's only a little hurted.
Moving around this like edge is I can just do that, right? Like
No, any movement on the any up or down movement, yes. So if you move vertical
if
with
I'm-
the water like this, that's kosher. You can just do that.
awesome.
Likewise, if you were over here, you could argue with me that fucking ruler. Yeah,
Does
that would be
a
down.
21 assurance beat a reflex DC?
Yes. A 20 what?
21 assurance beat a reflex DC for acrobatics. I'm tumbling through.
Yes.
Oh, smart.
Awesome. So I'm gonna go over here. With my panache in hand. And then I'm gonna swing on this MF. Hopefully I can unbalance and look cool this time.
Well, you have full to hit.
Boom.
Nice.
Actually,
Full
Well, that
damage.
Got
Damn.
some dice.
That is a couple dice you just rolled.
And off guard.
Woo!
Yummy.
15.
Boom.
And then does does 19 beat its fortitude DC to
Yes.
reposition it?
Yes.
Awesome. I need bro to move one to the left. stay with me, buddy.
Do you have to have them grappled for reposition, or can you just do that?
Well, fuck.
Oh,
I
that's a
believe-
good question.
I believe reposition is an action you can take with one free hand.
You
they
either
have to
one
either
hand
be-
free or you're grabbing. So yes,
Yeah.
you can do it. You can just do it. Yeah.
Yeah, so like if you have like a two-handed weapon with grabbed, then or with grab on it, then you can reposition with that weapon too.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Gotta make sure my homie isn't being pincered.
Everyone moved
Appreciate it.
away
I'm gonna
from
move
me.
anyway, so I'm not in melee range of these guys, but I appreciate it.
No problem.
Poor
Uh,
girl.
Oh, also make
well,
sure you put off balance
guard.
on the off guard on the one I'm next to.
It's also on the tooltip if you want to just drag it.
No.
well, this is refresh, but this does not take my action.
Yummy.
Well, good thing that didn't take an action, so I could step or move like back to where I was. Here.
Go running back and forth like, how do I help?
My friends keep moving farther away from me.
You can make a climb check to get closer.
No. I don't want to. I don't need to.
Maybe not during combat.
30 feet is just fine. Okay. Let's
Let's
see.
go cooking.
I have a fear for Deer Shoe. So Spintail's off.
That's okay.
I need to think a little more for your character, Clay. Give me a second.
Clay just
Okay.
kind of gives a lazy thumbs up.
2 action Forbidding Ward.
Yeah, this is for Shoe against Spider.
I'll take it. You know,
In case he gets poisoned.
me and bro are locked in right now.
Yeah, I don't want you to get poisoned. That's the main thing.
Hey,
I know these things.
At least
Alright.
that at least that Spintails did give you the +1 to your fortitude save for that Spidey
That was-
bite.
yeah.
That's true. Yeah,
Um,
that's true.
that's
So this movement is kosher, right? This is good.
Yes.
Okay. I'm leaving.
Tradesies.
You can have that one. Okay. Well, the one I had antithesis on is so I can learn this. There we go. Oh my god, another critical success. I'm
Good
so
golly.
smart.
God, you know
Um,
these guys.
Yeah, these are spiders, bro.
dude. You feel that right
That's
there?
Don't you get
crazy.
it? Don't
That's
you
my
get it on like
Um,
all of the ones of the same type? Of the same creature?
No, that's so there's two things I can apply with exploit vulnerability.
Mhm.
There's mortal weakness, which I apply if they have a weakness,
Uh-huh.
and there's personal antithesis, which is only per creature.
Gotcha.
There is a feat later that lets me apply personal antithesis to all creatures of the same type.
Interesting. Okay.
Which I imagine you probably will be taking.
Yes, because it also has some other very cool effects. Like if I apply mortal weakness, anything that has that weakness, I apply to them,
Oh.
even if it's not
Okay.
the same creature.
Damn.
Oh.
It has also like a way later feat. We'll see
That,
if we
yeah,
actually
that makes
get
sense.
there.
All right. You know the entire gestation period of these things' life cycle. Like, you have a pin board at home which you have collected arachnids, but then you like grew out of that. Like, you like ask me any question you want, and I'll just simply give it to you with a 30.
Okay.
You know that these things have a ranged attack. It hasn't been viable, but they could.
Do I think these things are natural to this area?
Yes, they are.
Okay, awesome.
They
Just
hang out.
checking.
They hang out close to watering holes and pounce things coming for a drink.
That makes sense, given that they thought we were coming for a drink. Okay. Well, I'm gonna throw a shuriken at that one.
It
Nice.
explodes.
Good answer. Good answer.
Critical hit.
Critical hit on a 17 because it is prone.
Explode.
Good answer. Good answer.
That's my turn.
You absolutely obliterate this thing.
I point two fingers to my head as I look deep into it, and then I throw a shuriken straight through its eyes. Straight between its eyes.
Red
this
looks
one is
over and
going
thumbs
to-
up.
This one's gonna turn to the only guy remaining, and it's going to attack him. Hovered on a nat 20. Pun intended.
Not a hit, baby. Thank you,
No,
Forbidding
man.
Ward.
Nah, man.
Forbidding Ward did save you just then. All
Nah,
right.
man.
All right.
She was like, I imagine the spider's like jabbing with its fucking legs, and I'm like spinning and flipping on this guy. Like it's insane, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having fun.
Red.
It's trying to bite your ankles.
That's a me. I'm gonna use my first action to shift imminence to my Barrow's Edge, my hook,
Uh-huh.
and then since I'm along the water, is this kosher? Question mark. God, I can just go here. This is fine.
This would be kosher. Yeah.
Okay. I'll move here and swing. It's off guard anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's
the
like-
the glow goes from her like red scars on her face to her hook, which starts to sort of glow gold as she swings down at this thing.
Yeah, that's a hit.
Yippee!
Ooh.
Oh, Laurel. It's okay.
A
I get the extra
two.
damage from Barrasage.
As yet another bug is squashed. You have successfully slain the trace spiders of Fumiyoshi's eyes. I will now
Terrifying.
carefully watch your experience points as I click end encounter. Bonk.
So close.
Oh,
72.
so close.
We're getting there.
He's ended it on a 9.
Wait, this is important. Since we're like off kilter for like our XP, there is the chance that we do end up on a 69 at some point, which is important.
Oh. Is it fine if I like try to treat wounds here, or do I need to go to more stable ground?
You would need more stable ground because treating wounds, it's like a 10-minute long activity. It
Yeah.
involves like setting stuff to the side and like if you put a medicine kit on the ground before like bandaging your own wounds, it'd like just roll down into the water.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
I can aid you to get up here.
I'd have to get up there. That's
Yeah,
kind
you
of
got
the
this.
problem.
Go
I
ahead and
have
make an
a-
athletics check to get up there. You only need to make one.
Ah, True. Well, I mean, I'm down here right now, so like I can investigate the water.
Sure. Would you like to go in it?
That's a scary question. Why would you ask me that?
How about you give me your investigation check to see if you want to go in it?
Hmm.
Is it related to haunts, curses, or creatures?
No,
Okay.
it's a nature check.
This is just what if I could see shit. That's my curious check.
Nature, you say.
The whole game's rolling.
Yeah, this is my what's the best way to eat this spider check.
Don't eat the spider.
She hasn't had her snack
she's
yet.
looking at it. She's pretty hungry.
You have to answer the important questions first.
Fucking do it.
She's in fact she steps back towards the one that she crit. She's like investigating the wound that she made, and it's like, edible?
I think it.
Clay,
Investigating
you're the
wound.
only one who Red. You do not think that these are terribly edible.
oh,
It's a little too chewy of a carapace and a little too like not a lot of like meat on the inside. You know,
oh.
like bad crab legs.
Yeah, she like looks at it and she like takes a sniff and she's like, "Ugh, not this time. Maybe the bear."
Clay, you see like a little mist coming like along the surface of the water. Again, the water's like completely perfectly still. But there's like this like low mist hugging to the water surface, like rolling around, and whatever breeze can make its way down here. Lloyd, you think you see that as well? And some stuff comes to mind, but without getting down there and getting a closer look, you won't be able to determine what you think you see.
Well, I guess White'll move down there.
Give me a athletics check.
Since
you-
this is
Do you announce
related
you're
to-
coming down?
Not quite. He just kind of shuffles behind you.
Okay.
You might be hearing him announced by the sound of his body moving uncoordinatedly down this hill.
Depending. This is related to my investigation, so I do get a +1 circumstance. As
Mhm.
I do my athletics.
Go ahead and click that button in chat.
Whoa.
Oh, hi.
Lloyd Lowe
What are you
said
doing here?
athletics. When did I say
Lloyd says
that?
dice,
Me,
athletics.
Gungaga.
Oh, when did I say that, chat?
You succeed by 0 as you make your way down this. You're kind of clambering, but you don't slip and fall. Go ahead and give me an investigate and use your special check as this pertains to your investigation.
My special check?
Your
Show me your
investigation. Just give me an
special check.
investigation and add your bonus for this.
So recall knowledge again.
Yeah, recall knowledge.
Recall knowledge. You said nature?
This would be nature or survival.
Oh, thank you. Survival. Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, well, that's not hidden.
No.
You want to go ahead and give me one that's hidden?
I hope it's a 2 again.
You mean this?
That's
not
also not
hidden.
hidden.
Oh, you know what? You said hidden, not hidden.
I don't even
Sean.
know, man.
Oh, that's not hidden. Oh, I see what you're saying.
You need to hit those.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh,
Here you
no.
go.
Okay.
Sorry, the DM puts funny words in my chat and I press those buttons instead. You know how it is.
Lloyd, you guys all watch as this goofy fellow gets down on his hands and knees, his pretty much ass up in the air because he's on a incline, as he peers over the water surface and yes, the yellowing of the edge of the where the dirt meets the water and the pungent smell of the mist. That'll kill you if you breathe it in. That's for sure. And
If you want.
you are able to determine that there is a natural spring down here, which means if it was active, which it likely is in the winter season, this would be full of a lot more of this mist. And you know that this would be hydrogen sulfide, which is incredibly lethal to breathe in.
Oh.
I look at Red.
She frog blinks back. What's that?
But that is during the season in which the natural geyser is active, which it is not right now.
Well, you're still here.
Yeah.
Fortunately, as long as nobody falls into the water, we should be fine to investigate. If you do fall in the water, you most likely will burn alive.
No. That's not how
We'll
it
die
works.
alive.
If you
Breathe in
breathe
the
Breathe in the mist.
Which one is that? It's
Yeah,
not
the mist.
suffocation. It's not.
drowning is better than breathing in the mist. Your chances of
Breathing-
surviving your check against drowning is better than breathing in.
You'll die. Don't go down there.
Aren't we supposed to investigate the pond?
Yes.
So how far does this mist go out?
It
Is it
pretty
like
much
over-
it's like a thin sheet over the water.
Ooh, I don't want to go there.
It's like barely an inch thick.
Yeah, that's enough.
So if I
Yes,
just like
it sure is.
if I just like hold my breath, I'll be fine, right?
How long can you hold your breath for?
A while.
I think of this treasure hunt may have a little more to it than just investigating the pond. I think there's something more going on here.
Anyway, Red, while these nerds are pondering, I don't know, mist, you want to take a swim?
I'm thinking about it. Also, I figured out how long I can hold my breath. So you can
Yeah,
hold
yeah.
you can hold your
Anytime.
breath for a number of rounds equal to 5 plus your Constitution modifier. So I can hold my
Yes.
breath for 9 rounds.
Oh.
That's what 90
It's
seconds.
just short of a minute.
That's not
That's
very
a
long.
minute and a half.
No.
Oh, 9 rounds?
10
Okay,
rounds
yeah,
is a minute. Yeah.
yeah.
So just under a minute.
Just under a minute.
I was doing
It's
the
not
math.
very long.
That's pretty long. What?
I mean, I'm sure I could be in and out.
She opened her eyes down there.
How fast do you swim?
Yeah, she could open her eyes in the water.
Decently
Okay.
fast.
Again, the water is not the issue.
Yeah, it's the mist over the water.
It's the breathing in the gas that kills you.
Yeah, anybody can make a nature check to possibly know what sort of check you'd be rolling.
Death save.
Yes. Ko, you don't really know enough about the science side of nature as opposed to apparently like the birds and the bees and the leaves and the trees. So
Damn, Code doesn't know shit, dog.
not today, apparently.
Yeah, not today.
You've been really low rolling off your knowledge
Yeah.
checks.
Oh well. At least I'm not the thinker.
How
You're kind of
how
supposed to be though.
how deep
Yeah,
does
a little
this,
bit.
how deep does this get? Like, is it an immediate like fall off here? Or...
Oh no, it's a shore that goes in.
Okay.
You can kind of see clear enough that you can get about 10 feet, 15 feet in before you're like up to your neck.
Or I have to start holding my breath.
Yeah, and only here in the like its most absolute like middle is gonna be like maybe 15 feet deep.
Oh, so it's not that bad.
No, it is not a deep body of water at all.
Okay. Let me double check swim real quick.
An athletics check.
Yeah, I know it's an athletics check, and I will just assurance it. I just need to figure out how far I go. If your land speed is 40 feet or higher, increase the maximum possible distance by 5 feet for every 20 feet of speed.
10 feet.
So success. Wait, what's the? If you end your turn, what's the? Just a DC, calm water. In most instances of calm water, you get an automatic critical success. Your land speed is 40 feet or higher. Blah, blah, blah. What is the?
Yeah, this is very
is the-
calm water.
What is the base speed? Is it just 5?
It's just 5, yeah.
Okay.
Just like climb.
So if I have my sandals on, it's 10 then instead, because I get
and plus
5.
you have a movement speed of 40, so
Yeah. Well, that's only if I have my sandals on.
you'd have 20,
yeah.
20 feet is critical success.
It's fine. Cool. In which case, where's my fucking sandals? My sandals. I need my sandals on, like sandal fun.
Sandal fun.
Sandal fun. Okay. In which case, I will. You said I could walk out to like here before needing to hold my breath.
Yes, because that's when it starts coming up to like your neck.
Okay. Cool. In which case, so 20 feet per movement.
Mhm.
I get 3 movements per round of holding my breath.
Yes.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna, with my first round of holding my breath, she is going to swim out to the middle.
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Ooh, I am definitely good at these. She said, lying.
White is like completely oblivious. He did not hear the child run into the water that he
Well,
just
he
said was
definitely
poisonous.
saw it, but he's powerless to stop it.
Mm-hmm. You look around and you realize, short of like going underwater, you won't be able to notice anything. So everybody else watches as your head dips under the water, and Clay and Lloyd are just really hoping it's not because you experienced the kind of death you would have if you breathed it in, which is instantaneous. However, you are looking under the water and you just feel like you'll need more time. This round goes by, you are unable to find it.
Okay.
So 8 more rounds.
So now I can just start spamming perception checks.
Perception check, pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
What, you get like 3 around, I guess.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just tell me if I hit.
Nope. Ah. As you're down there, still not really worried about your breath, but you do see a little shimmer down in the kind of muck below. And as you kind of dive down and move aside some of the grime, you find a pearl.
Ooh.
It's
Oh.
about the size of a child's fist.
That's a big fucking pearl.
Mm-hmm.
Huge. I'd Red picks that up and pockets it.
And I imagine you swim up,
Yeah.
and then you breach, and you take a big old
Nope.
breath.
Nope.
Okay.
Don't do that. I swim right back. Okay. Just sort of coming up onto the shore, she like takes out the ribbon that she forgot to take out of her hair and like does the dog shake with her hair, and she holds out the pearl. She's like, I found something.
Clay is just kind of blinking.
Clay and
Lloyd
Lloyd,
is
you
staring.
find that you were also holding your breath.
That's a good thing I can hold it for 7 rounds.
But Red has retrieved the first iris, or you assume, of Fumiyoshi.
Interesting.
Well, if it's just like this, it should be easy.
Well, we'd have to be able to get there.
Uh,
Looking closer at this pearl, is there anything seems, I don't know, strange about it?
You know, you can give me a perception check on that. As far as you are aware, this is just a very large pearl from a very old clan.
Okay. I don't have the tech magic to use that. So.
Anyway, you guys want to climb out?
Yeah.
How many athletics checks are you willing to give me?
Well, it takes 1 to leave. You just have to succeed.
Red is gonna position herself like behind where Clay is climbing up, so if Clay falls again, she can attempt to help.
Huh.
All right. Red, give me your check first.
Okay.
Never mind. You don't have to. You just climb up.
That's fine.
Uh,
Oh,
Clay and Lloyd, go ahead and give me your check plus 2 because follow the leader.
Oh,
Yay!
well, I mean, I guess I didn't need the +2.
Nope, you sure didn't. You climb out deftly, following behind Red. Lloyd, can you do so as expertly as everybody else?
Yeah.
I saw the 4
Yes.
for a
I
second.
also saw the 4 for a second.
Yeah.
You also climb out with general ease.
Yeah,
Shu
yeah.
also just probably like strong marches up the hill due to athletics assurance.
Aura.
Aura.
Aura, yeah, there we go.
Wait, can I try to identify?
You can give me a knowledge arcana, or nature, or religion.
Oh my god. Religion, you say?
Please. Wait, hold on. Does this do anything?
Let me look at that.
If it twists minds, fights against fortune, or reveals secrets, you get a +2 circumstance bonus.
Wait, how's that
Wait.
work?
You identify magic or roll recon knowledge. Know more about these effects. You can always use occultism. You get a +2 circumstance bonus. Oh, that's for if you're using occultism. Oh, the first part of it just says when you become aware of a magical effect. And we haven't actually seen a magical effect yet, so.
Okay.
So,
Oh.
yeah, I guess unless somebody has detect magic, or we see something that it does that's special, we
Yeah.
cannot.
You do, however, determine what it is.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm surprised.
Well, hold on.
Holding.
I mean, I will say that you know it is an Aeon Stone. But you do
Oh.
not know of what variety.
Ooh,
Hmm.
oh,
interesting.
It's something quite serious that you're holding.
Well, it is one of what? What are we calling it? Master's irises? Pupil?
Miyoshi's
Yeah.
iris. Yeah.
Yeah.
that's the iris of Fumiyoshi. Yes.
Yeah. So
Yes,
like
the
it's gotta
eye
be
of
somewhat
Akamoto.
special.
Who the hell's Agamotto?
Well,
I think
if
it just-
if it is truly an Aeon Stone, then yes, it is.
Fantastic.
All right. And who would like to attune to this?
Who's
Ah.
attuning to the magic stone we found in the pond,
I fished it out.
in the death pond? You know what?
There
It's
it
the
is.
master.
That's fine. Finders
Right.
keepers.
I ain't taking that from you, homie.
I,
All right.
as curious as I am, I don't want it.
People's for the
personally.
people.
And you braved the looks out at the death mist. You braved that to get it. So
It's just a little missed.
You remember the part where I said it killed you?
No.
Yeah. For the better.
Whoa.
Pearly white spindle. Oh shit. Cool. This is the this is what Wolfram has.
Oh, yeah, that's what Wolfram has.
Swag.
Resonant power
Nice.
gives you 1 resistance, 1 to void damage.
1 HP. Wait. The
1 HP every minute.
1 HP every minute is really funny. Because my out of combat healing is already ridiculous. Maybe we
Huh?
do end up giving this to somebody else.
That's why I was just quietly chuckling when you were the one saying you were keeping it.
It makes sense. Now that we're sort of up here and settled, I will try to treat them myself. And I assume we break back into like the forest.
Yes.
Getting okay, so I'm going to give myself natural medicine.
Oh, take this moment to refocus.
Yippee! So 2d8 for regular treat wounds, I think.
Okay.
Um,
Roll it.
Oh,
Yippee!
that's half that you lost.
Yeah, I'm only down 13 now. Pretty good. Pretty good.
How does that work? Oh, okay.
Wait, you know what? Instead of refocusing, let's do this. Top yourself off.
Well, you can do that, and you can focus.
Oh.
It's true. It doesn't
Yeah,
take
casting
10
the
minutes.
spell is-
It takes 10
Okay,
minutes to
well then-
refocus. It doesn't take 10 minutes to cast the spell.
Oh, okay. Then I'm still at 2. Yippee!
All right.
Sweet.
And with that, we will solve the next eye for next time.
Yippee!
Sounds
How much
good.
healing is this?
That'll get you to full, won't it?
Yeah, it's 8.
8?
No.
We're level.
Oh.
Wait.
Focus
hold on.
2, so
Oh,
it's
6?
4 per round?
It's 4 per
Oh.
round.
There's
So
a
16?
12?
I'll be right back. Oh my god.
16, yeah.
16. So that does put me back at full.
I thought it was one away from full. I was about to laugh.
An EXP for getting the treasure?
No. You got the treasure for
Oh.
the treasure.
Might end up
If
giving
anything,
the funny.
if anything, I would give EXP to only one person. That's the one who went out into the death mist that kills you if you breathe it.
You
Honestly,
die!
just get Red the hero point.
Yeah, I will give Red a hero point actually for next session.
Yippee!
Well, oh yeah, you do have an extra, so you would go up.
Swag. You you said like the death mist, and it's like, oh, it's low. It'll only be a problem if you breathe it in. It's like, well, I hold my breath for a pretty long time. Like a pretty long time.
Clay does not have the movement to do that shit.
Yeah, I was a little worried when I like first realized that I was just gonna have to like pretty much roll to swim or whatever, and then I realized it's calm water, and B, I have a 40-foot movement speed. Because originally I had the scar like attuned to, because it gives me a +1 to fortitude saves for in case the bad thing happened.
I don't know if a fortitude save would have helped you.
It's to like cough it out in time.
I've seen this episode of Dr. Stone.
Oh, I get it. Might end up having Red give the funny rock to somebody else, but I'll wait for a good moment to do that. For now, it's her funny rock. Probably give it to like Shu or something for out of combat healing.
Two tiers of the poison effect. First failure, unconsciousness. Any guess what the second is?
Dead?
Happiness.
Yes.
Jesus
Why would they
Christ.
kill you?
But it is a
You
fortitude
want to find
save.
out?
It is a fortitude save.
I'm curious what the numbers are, but that's very scary. Stage 2 death. It's very
Stage
scary.
2 death.
Dude, and I thought stage 3 death was as bad as it could get.
Nope.
Well, thankfully,
Dude, we're
Creature isn't
level
giving us
we're
this
level
one.
3.
Well, I mean, I think most people find out that it kills you and don't go in there. I think
That's also
like,
true. Yeah.
That's like logical.
Yeah, but the chump weak spiders are such a red herring.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, I almost fell into that.
It's true.
Yes, so I gave you a grapple ledge.
It only makes sense.
That's such a mean thing. Yeah, the slope DC 16. If you fail, you have to grab a ledge. If you fail that, give you a fortitude save.
Yeah, with probably a pretty high DC.
Nothing like falling unconscious in water, by the way. Let's really pay attention to that as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah. Well, at least if I fall unconscious, somebody can probably drag my unconscious body away.
That's
Yeah.
true. But if you were alone, just
You're
like
fine.
imagine only one person's like, yeah, I'll go down, and then they slip and they fall, and everybody sees them go into the water, and they're like, oh, they'll be fine. They were like yelling piss and shit as they were tumbling down. No, they didn't resurface.
They go real quiet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
I heard
fall
pe-
in, and then you see them like float up to the surface, and you see 3 spiders pop out of the ground.
Yes.
Like, oh fuck, this just got really serious.
Yeah, it's really serious because you have one round to get out there and drag them out.
Yeah.
It's just a fucked puzzle.
Dude, we're so
Yeah.
close. I actually don't remember what I'm taking for my level 4.
DC. When you run out of air, you fall unconscious, start suffocating. Can't recover from being unconscious and must attempt a DC 20 fortitude save at the end of each of your turns. On a failure, you take 1d10 damage, and on a crit fail, you die. That's for
Yeah.
drowning, by the way.
Yeah, that's drowning. Yeah.
Dude, if you take 1d, it doesn't matter if you take 1d10 damage while you're conscious.
I mean, it's while
Right?
it's just you have the unconscious thing. You still have your HP.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
you're unconscious. You still have your HP. I imagine that's just like you suffering, oxygen deprivation, brain damage.
Yeah, pretty much. Just on critical failure, you die is crazy. Dude. Oh my god.
I mean, yeah. Imagine crit failing just once when you take a little
I'm-
breath by the pond.
I'm so sad. I mean, I'm so happy I couldn't, because it's DC 20 right now. I wouldn't be able to crit fail it except if I rolled a nat 1.
That one.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's for drowning.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
for
mist
that.
is
Not for
probably
the bad mist. I'm just saying for drowning. It's like
the best.
unless I roll a nat 1, I'd be fine because I have a plus 11 to my fortitude.
Also, for reasons, this is not the one that Red swam. Red swam in the other one.
Red slam in the fortitude save pond and crew strong.
Little did we know, Red's actually immune to this, the same way you can administer snake venom to yourself over the period of years.
Ah, yes.
Turns out when you huff fucking pure poison or mustard gas long enough, you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I keep huffing it in small enough doses, I'll become immune.
Yeah, this is the nice pond. I like this one. It's
Makes my skin tingle.
yeah.
It's like popcorn.
Yeah.
Kind of smells like eggs, but that's no. I like eggs.
Yeah.
God.
Can we go find some eggs?
You're really craving eggs after that. Red.
Yeah.
Can't explain why.
You can go find eggs.
Okay.
And you can deal with the repercussions of finding one.
Repercussions to finding eggs? It's just a bird.
Imagine Red comes back with like a griffin egg.
A really big fucking egg. The whole
Boy.
party. The whole
Yeah,
party
whole
just
party-
eyes wide.
Party knows there's a CR5 creature out there that's really unhappy.
Yeah,
Gonna have the elite tag.
Red comes back. Red comes back with a giant egg, and then the rest of the party, Willem Dafoe, looking up at the sky. Descends upon them.
Thank you. I was hungry. Hey.
Did I do a good job, guys? We're gonna make good dinner.
Oh my god.
Like a prisoner's final meal.
Oh my god. I can't wait
It's
to
like
do
some
more
fucking
stupid
like
shit.
copper dragon's egg found in the river. Like
God.
I can't wait to do more stupid shit with this character. I love when my friends tell me there's a pool that will kill you, and I go, nah, I'm better. I didn't even have to roll anything. I just did it.
Yep.
It's
fine.
true.
I think this was mean. I would have felt really bad if somebody did go in there. Like imagining everybody failed there. Like their checks or just didn't roll.
Funny
And,
TKO on the athletic check.
It just wouldn't be a TKO. It would be, or it wouldn't be a TPK. It would just be like somebody goes in there and then they fail the check, and nobody would know why I say that person isn't moving anymore.
Roll a new character.
Dude, fucking all of us fail our athletics walking down, and we all do the like fucking Peter Griffin falling down the stairs into the pool of water.
Reddit
All
rolls.
collectively fail our fortitude saves.